In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of 9Geria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation, became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967, a desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict, but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 9Geria under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra! In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of 9Geria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 9Geria Nti, under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds, regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world of future. future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra, Biafra.
Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women, and children, professionals, traders, students, and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union.
Biafra, Biafra,
Voice of truth and freedom.
Biafra, Biafra.
The rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia, and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals, and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 9Geria Nti, under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds, regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed.
Biafra, Biafra,
Voice of truth and freedom, the rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
Symbolizes resilience, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra live, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra, Biafra.
A very good evening to you, and welcome to Voice of Biafra TV. The quest has become a must talk about issue. If you're not aware of what is happening in the Biafran circle, then you are not correct. Welcome to Voice of Biafra, the voice of truth, the voice of freedom, the voice of justice, and the voice of the people. It is Friday night, live on Voice of Biafra television. And I will be having a special guest in the house tonight that will be joining us all the way from Washington, D.C. And while that is in the pipeline, I welcome you all to Voice of Biafra television. A lot of things have happened within the week. But the truth remains that, and the fact of the matter is that, Nigeria is breaking into pieces. And Biafrans are getting ready to walk out with their victory of Biafra. Because the whole world is fixating their camera on Nigeria now.
Voice of Biafra TV.
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise. Standing for the people, opening their eyes. Strong and unshaken, both for all to see. Broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one. Only one broadcaster network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to last.
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV.
Holy war, holy war.
Voice of Biafra TV.
Only one, no only one.
Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV.
A very good evening to you all from here, and welcome to Voice of Biafra TV.
Georgia. For all our heroes, we make us proud. Go Georgia. Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Go Georgia. Their story they live now, they make us holy. Go Georgia. Dance with joy, even if I they cry. Go Georgia. On our people, we pay the price. Go Georgia. Me that we no go ever forget. Go Georgia. Forever bright, forever we go praise. Go Georgia. Go Georgia. Go Georgia. Back for 1967, call come out Georgia. When trouble show face, hope still stands tall. Them stand ground well to protect their own. Past fire, hunger, rain and heavy stone. Oju coolie dust with hearts way true. Mama them fight, papa them too. Picking them brave as them walk at the road. Every sacrifice where them sow, na good see them soldiers. Them build things with hand and sense with bright. Oguni go shine like morning light. Pulia strip they touch the sky. Them say we no go die, we go still try. No, we no go let their name just fade away. Their strength now our strength to this very day. Lift your voice, lift your leg, make the rhythm flow. For heroes of old, for heroes of old. May 30 we go stand and sing, I'm loud. For all our heroes, we make us proud. Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Their story they live, now they make us so. Dance with joy, even if I they cry. On our people, we pay the price. May 30 we no go ever forget you. Forever bright, forever we go pray. But I no be vain. Their pain turn to our big gain. Whole world look and learn the truth about human value and brave you. From east go west past every say. We they carry their legacy. Strong sense they run deep inside. Every step where we take, now pride where they guide. Women stand when hope almost go. Them you wound, them show love well. You them arise, keep fire, they burn. Freedom dream now waiting with the land. May 30 we go stand and sing, I'm loud. For all our heroes we make us proud. Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Their story they live now, they make us solo. Dance with joy, even if I they cry. Oh no, our people we pay the price. May 30 we no go ever forget. Forever bright, forever we go praise.
the pain, we remember the victory, we come out from rain. Under sun and under sky, this be our day, this be our song, where we belong, where we belong.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening their eyes, strong and unshaken, bold for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. And we shall be joining Washington, D.C. live from here to relay the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile to the entire world. Prime Minister, can you hear me from here?
Yeah, am I coming out?
Yes, I can hear you. It's good to have you once again on Voice of Biafra television, live from Washington, D.C. And you're welcome again to Voice of Biafra. It is Friday night. Biafran people await your presence.
Thank the great work you're doing for Biafran people. We really appreciate it. Good afternoon from here, my fellow citizens. Greetings to all the honorable ministers of Biafra Republic government in exile and also de facto government. I greet you all. And to our allies, our friends, we say thank you for supporting us and to hear our voice. Also in ways to help us. It's true that we are facing difficulties in this troubled time, a lot of challenges, temptation here and there, but that will not prevent Biafra from coming. It is already destined by our God, Chukwu Okike Abia, the creator of the heaven and earth, Jehovah God, for us to be free. He created us as freeborn, as free people, and we must be free. Our land is being occupied by the terrorist state of Nigeria after the genocidal civil war. They reannexed Biafran territory. And since then, the inhumane treatment did not stop. They intensified to make sure they Islamize Biafran people. They try everything they can to chase us out of our land, Thank God that we Biafrans are resisting because we know who we are. We can never be Islamized. We have seen that the God that we worship, we being Christian, that is where light, that is where our salvation is coming from. That is where the light of God will shine upon us. From the teaching of the Holy Book, for us to love our neighbor as we love ourselves. The Holy Book, the Bible, taught us how we can be of good conduct anywhere we find ourselves in this global community or in this world. We can't leave the teaching of our God and embrace Islamic jihadist terrorist teaching, of which their God, Allah, taught them how they will kill Christians, how they will behead women, children, how they will rape women, goat, cattle. We can't worship such God. We worship the God that we believe in, the God of life, the God of salvation, the God that taught you how to show love to your fellow human being. For that reason, our stand still remains with our Creator. And for that purpose that He created us to dwell and live in the land of Biafra. It's our God-given land that He have given us. We cannot allow or let anyone take it away from us. This troubled time, a lot been happening. Temptation from here and there, discord from here and there. While the Nigerian terrorist government is coming after me here in the United States of America, they are also using some Biafrans to work against freedom of Biafra. It's heartbreaking. It is expected because this journey will not be easy. We can't get our freedom in a platter of gold. Everything in this life is full of challenging, but if you resist, stand your ground, at the end, you will be a winner. At the end, you will receive a reward for your hard work. Biafra Republic government in exile is here to stay. We're going nowhere. This is the government of the people, by the people, for the people. This is the government of Biafra. It is the legitimate government recognized by United States of America. This government will restore the lost glory of Republic of Biafra. Biafra Republic government in exile will restore Republic of Biafra. And we must be free. Please, I will use this opportunity. We already know what is happening in our region and also around our neighbor, Nigeria. The terrorist state of Nigeria that sponsor these terrorists, they are killing Christians in Biafra territory, in Nigeria territory, across the region. It's not a new thing to us. If you think that the killing will stop, you are joking. Once these terrorists lift their sword, that sword don't come down until they accomplish their goal. Islamic religion grow by conquering other religions, other nations. Jihadism is part of their religion. Jihadism is part of their worship. They call it a holy war. Even the so-called moderate Muslim, they don't condemn this jihadism. They don't condemn these extremists. Behind closed doors, they sponsor them. It gives them joy because if these terrorists succeed, that means they have converted or they have get more people to worship their God, Allah. We can't coexist with people that will be killing, shouting Allah Kubaku, shouting that is the will of Allah. We don't want to worship such Allah that love when innocent children are being killed. We don't want to worship such Allah that love raping of women, children. We don't want to worship such Allah that believe by committing crime, killing other people. That is what brings praise to his name. A lot of Biafrans have been massacred daily. By who? By Nigerian terrorist government. The same government that sponsors insecurity in Nigeria. By extension, in Biafra land. Because they are still occupying our land. We will fight. We will do everything we can to chase them out of our land. Because it is our land. It is our right to defend ourselves. And our freedom we must get. Please, if you see what is going on within the Biafran struggle today, don't be surprised. It is expected. It happened in India when they were fighting for their freedom. It happened in South Africa. Why the group of Mandela have the upper hand? Because the group of Mandela form a government in exile. Why you have other groups also agitating? Please, if you're part of Biafra Republic government in exile, government, you remember you are in a government of Biafra. Serve your people with all you have. Do everything you can. And serve with honesty, dignity, and with respect. Don't undermine other groups. Here in United States of America, you have the government of America. And you also have other organizations like the Red Cross, Salvation Army. It's a lot of organization. There is no difference with ours as well. We have a government. The only legitimate government is Biafra Republic government in exile. All other groups, they can have their groups, organize themselves, and support their government. As long as they are not working against Biafra Republic government in exile, we will not have problem with them. And also remember, after we have successfully liberated Biafra land, we will have parties. Like here in America, you have the Republican Party, you have the Democrat Party, and you also have the Independents, of which you can run under Republican or Democrat, or you can run as independent. When Biafra is totally free, We might have something like USB party. They have their right to contest to win election. BGC, Imam Mahmoud group, they can form a party. CRC group can form a party. 100-man group can form a party. IPOB under Mazi Nnamdi Kanu can also be a party wings. And IPOB under Chike Doziem can also be a party. And we will not forget, after the genocidal war, a man who worked very hard to resurrect the movement, Chief Ralph Owazurike. He do deserve credit, no matter what happened. If you have not resurrected this movement, I don't know if you and I will wake up to be talking about Biafra today. Chief Ralph Owazurike, Mazop can also, not can, Mazop party will also contest. Then we'll go through a process of selecting the best candidate. It happens in every civilized world where they practice good democracy. Every party will not come with their best candidate. Then there will be a debate. Biafran people will hear from Mazop group, from Chief Owazurike, from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu IPOB, from DOS IPOB, from BGC group, from Simon Ekpa party, from USB party. They will vote for who will lead them. That is a true democracy. After we totally liberate Biafra land during the transition process, we will have election in Biafra land. And as I'm speaking, some of this group are already willing to work with Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Very soon, we'll let Biafran people know these groups. After we have thoroughly make sure that working together, of which is a good idea, and we hear a good fruitful result for Biafran people, because we are all Biafrans. No Biafra is greater than any Biafra. Nobody owns Biafra. Biafra belongs to all of us. And in Biafra, we must practice true democracy. Biafra will not practice a monarch system. If we want to practice a real democracy, that is where we will have a system, whether presidential system, military system, of which we'll have a president or a prime minister. We will not have a system where we worship any individual as God. Biafra people believe in Chukwu Okike Abiam, Jehovah God, the supreme God, the supreme leader of all and all, with his son, Jesus Christ. The system of Biafra prohibits supreme leader. Biafra will not worship any human being. And nobody is bigger, greater than Biafra. We will not have a monarch system. If we have made mistake in the past, that is a mistake. Every day, the jungle get matured. Every day, we correct our mistakes. We learn what we don't know. Our ear are wide open to listen, to get advice from the experts. Biafra will practice a true democracy. Biafra can never be my business. It can never be a family business. It can never be a community business. It can never be organization business. It is business of all of us. That is why in Biafra, we will not have anything like supreme leader. Our supreme leader is Chukwu Okike Abiyama, Jehovah God. Please, if you're a Biafran and you mean well for Biafran people, be truthful to yourself. Stop deceiving yourself. In the history of Biafra, fighting for Biafra freedom, starting from 1967 to 1970, our presidents have never been in Washington, D.C. like today. You and I, under Biafra Republic government in Ezra, make it happen by the support of Biafran people that have elected us to serve them. We are servants of the people. You cannot be a supreme over people you serve. We serve with humbleness, humility, like what is happening in this disgraced country called Nigeria today. The president of Nigeria is above the whole nation, the whole country called Nigeria. Instead of them serving the interest of the people, they are serving their own interest. That is why you see all this looting of Nigerian fund that meant to serve the people, fund that meant to have a better hospital, better clinic, to build better road infrastructure, fund that is designed to make sure they have a functionable airport, seaport, fund that are allocated for energy, for electricity. This government, they embezzle the fund because they care less for the people they serve. Instead of them being the servant of the people, they now turn the people to be their slave. Because of the system of supreme leader, because they are above the people they're supposed to serve. We in Biafra Republic government in Ezra, we are your servant. We will serve you with the best of our knowledge, with humbleness. We are not your supreme leader. Nothing in history of Biafra like supreme leader. We're not going to practice a monarch system. In this 21st century, true democracy is not the system of Omunna back in the days, where you have the Eze, then you have the Elders Council. What are we talking about? Are we going back to 1500 years ago? Or are we moving forward? We can't have a system where we have a supreme leader, Elders Council. What kind of system is that? That is why I encourage every group to work with Biafra Republic government in Ezra. You have your own part to play. Come to your government. Bring your expertise. Bring the best you have. We need you on board. We cannot do it alone. That is why I'm calling on all this group, especially these groups that are fighting themselves on social media, disgracing themselves. The government of Biafra is not happy about it. IPOB under Mazin Nnamdi Kanu, shield your sword. Reserve that sword, you need it to fight your enemy. IPOB under Mazi Chike Doziem, shield your sword. These two IPOB group fighting themselves will yet no result. Reserve that sword. You need that sword to fight your enemy. We cannot be calling for peace. And we that are calling for peace will still be the one that is causing chaos, problem. This government is real concerned about this issue. Please, every other group, shade your sword. And the BGC, CROC group of Mazi Simon Ekwa, shade your sword. You can be calling for peace and you suing the government of Biafra, of which Mazi Simon Ekwa confesses and realizes that Brgie is the government of Biafra, of which he's part of Brgie at the time, before he chose the side he want to work with. Brgie is still the government of Biafra. Brgie is not hijacked by anyone. No one born of a woman can destroy Brgie. No one born of any woman can hijack Brgie. No one can hijack the government of Biafra. No one can hijack the government of the people. God can use you, can use me as a willing tool to get Brgie to function and work as a government. That don't mean that government belongs to you or me. If God have chosen to use me as a willing tool to put together the government of Biafra, that don't mean it's my government. It's your government. Without you, I can't do nothing. Without you sending me to work for you, I can't do it on my own. When I go to Washington, D.C., throughout this week, I visit Washington, D.C. 3 times. All the time while I'm in Washington, D.C., I never mention my name that I'm there for the business of Ogechukwu Nkiri. It's always the business of Biafra Republic government in exile. It's always the business of Biafra people. Shame on all the evil people coming after the government of Biafra. Shield your sword. Use that your sword against our enemy. We can't be enemy among ourselves. We can't be calling for peace, unity within us, and we are fighting one another. Brgie is government of Biafra and it's never been hijacked, can never be hijacked. Brgie is in good hand. I, as a messenger, you have made me your gatekeeper of Biafra Republic government in exile. I accept it. As the gatekeeper, I will make sure nothing happened to Brgie. Nothing happened to Biafra Republic government in exile. If anything happened to Biafra government, it will be a disaster from Washington, D.C. Do you all want Washington, D.C. to start looking at us, taking us on serious? Brgie have opened the eyes of lawmakers in Washington. Few hours ago, when I opened my phone, I saw a wonderful, beautiful text from one of our allies from US government. I laugh and I respond back, great. What you don't know is bigger than you. But for you that have trusted me and gave me this assignment, thank you. For you that believe in me, be rest assured, Biafra is here. I will not disappoint you, but I will make sure every mistake that we have made in the past will correct everything. Throughout this week, all my meeting in Washington is a top, high-level meeting. I can't even tweet about the meeting, comment on it, or take a picture. Top secret meetings. Why I'm here fighting for you. You are there fighting against me. A wonder shall never end. I love my job. I love what I'm doing. Because I see that the future is bright. What I'm doing for you, and by your help, with your support, is yielding fruit. Because we are going to save millions of Biafra. Time is coming when the population of Biafra will be over 1 billion. If we allow these terrorists to kill us all, this population that will billion in time to come, that will not happen. We are saving our life. We are saving the life of Biafra. We are saving the life of our children, born and unborn. That is what I love most about my job. What gives me the power to keep fighting, to keep doing what I'm doing? I know I'm representing the one who created the heaven and earth. I know I'm following the footsteps of our Lord Jesus Christ to save life. If we don't save the life of Biafran Christians, our God will judge us. If we know what is right, what we're supposed to do, if we don't do it, our God will not forgive us. Instead of all of you to support the achievement, what is happening from Washington, some decide to fight the servant who have dedicated himself, whether he live or die. He said, Biafra, here I am, send me, send me. Some don't know how I journeyed to Washington back and forth. I don't use the fund of Biafra for that. Biafra have never paid me a dime. I have never used Biafra dime. Rather, I contributed financially to make sure things are going the right direction. While you have some, because they want to make money from YouTube, they want some view, they will use the name of Ogechukwu Nkiri with lies, deceit, call me name, call me fraudster, call me criminal, call me. You can keep calling me from now till tomorrow. That will not stop me from fighting for Biafran people. That will not stop me from fighting for thousands and millions of Biafrans. That will not stop me from saving the life of Biafran people. I am Mazi Ogechukwu Nkiri. A lot of you all underestimate me. I am fantastically stubborn for what I believe in. I see a pardon light in this cause of freedom, knowing that the freedom is here, knowing that the freedom is coming. And some want me to quit. Some want me to tap out. Some want me to surrender. Surrender where? I go nowhere. Biafra is here. After all this achievement, from the top to the bottom, some want Brgie to be dissolved. Do you think if Brgie is dissolved, United States of America will ever work with Biafran people again? Now that they have started taking us serious, even from Israel, we have had a lot of conversation as well. They have started taking us seriously now. And some advise Mazi Ogechukwu Nkiri to dissolve Brgie. If Brgie is dissolved, that means we don't have a government, correct? Are we going to achieve Biafra with organization under what structure? Biafra Republic government in Ezra is here to stay, and that is final. No one born of a woman, even me, can stop Brgie. Even Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even Simon, even Mazi Sonia Barawa. Nobody, even Nigeria, even America here, because America, they already know what we are doing is the right thing. So they will not even go there. Rather, they will support us. Nobody! Because we are doing the right thing. We also follow footsteps of countries that have regained their freedom. Google, and you will find out that there's a lot of countries that have go through this pattern before, where they form government in exile, like South Africa. So what we are doing is not strange. It's not like something that never happened before. We also have good advisors. We have good lobby team, good lawyers. Please, group of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, shield your sword. We love you very much. We are fighting for one common goal, which is Biafra. When I testified in Congress last year, June, not one page, not 2 pages, written testimony that was submitted to Human Rights Commission, we emphasize more and talk about the atrocity of Nigeria towards the Biafran people, and how Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was extraordinary rendition kidnapped from Kenya how Simon was jailed in Finland, and we strongly recommend to United States of America to sanction Nigeria. Why testifying? I did not testify about Mazioge Chukwunkere. It's all about Biafra and freedom of Biafra. If I have not loved Mazin Namdekan or Simon, do you think a whole more than 1, 2, 3 page, it's all about Simon and Namdekan? All of you evil people, disease from your evil. And remember, karma is real. You reap what you sow. Those independent media, those bloggers, report what you know. Let your news be accurate. Don't try to make money from YouTube by sabotaging me, sabotaging Biafran people. Because whatever you do, in the long run, it will affect you and your children. It's not my word, it's the word of God. Because when God lay curse, God always say, generation upon generation. Whatever you do, it will affect you and your children, remember. And the land of Biafra that we are fighting for will not bless you. When things will be happening in your family, you will wonder how, not knowing, because you have lied against an innocent man. Not knowing, because you have offended the land of Biafra. In social media, I saw a lot of lies upon lies against me. People saying what they don't know about me, calling me name, calling me criminal. Both the ones that one day I will bring some proof or some individuals that have cried to me, telling me how they are struggling, telling me how difficulty, how they are really, when you see struggle, I feel pity. I start to help some as much as I can. And there's this very one individual who I took like my brother. If I count how I have helped this person, it's in thousands, not one today, make me his worst enemy. And everything he have said about me is not true. But he don't know that, he don't know the repercussion of what he's doing. He don't know that will affect him. If he's, I know he's listening and he's watching this program. That will affect him and his family. He's laying a serious curse on himself. This is somebody when he don't even have money to pay a bride price. He cried to me. I sponsor him to make sure, because see, wise decision he made to marry and settle down and have a family, which is a beautiful thing. It's one of the commandments of God. Go to the world, multiply, be fruitful. The money that I work very hard for, I send it to this individual from the bottom of my heart. He sent me a video when they were paying the bride price and everything he pushes. The same person will call me criminal from morning till tomorrow. Do you think that family will not be cursed? I'm just using him as an example. And everything I did for him, not with Biafra money. God bear me witness. It's with money I work very hard for. Just because of the love I have for him, thinking that he's working for Biafran people. Disease from your evil way, so you can be blessed. A lot of Biafrans listening to me. You have a lot of our citizens scattered across the globe. Some are not finding it easy. Some are going through hardship. Sometimes it's because of evil that people do. That is why they are suffering. That is why what is happening to them is happening. And this young man in question, living abroad for over probably 10, 15 years, he's still broke, still a beggar. He asks himself a question. Why is he not prospering? Why every year, instead of him moving forward, he still remains a beggar? And why I'm giving this young man, helping him, I also remember, blessed be the one that giving from the abundance of the heart. I will always be blessed. Because everything I have done, everyone I have helped in Biafran struggle, I help from the bottom of my heart. Not only him, there is others like that. There is one also that was crying for laptop online. I help. I love giving. And that is why when I find myself in this great movement to save life, it's my destiny. I will not stop. All of them that are fighting me, all of them that don't want to recognize my effort, my sacrifice, whether they recognize or not, that will not stop who I am. That will not break my spirit. That will not stop me from giving for a right cause or for what I believe in. I go nowhere. I'm going nowhere. I will be with Brgie until Republic of Biafra is totally restored. And Biafra Republic government in Ezra will never, by any means, be transferred to anybody. The Biafran people have made me the gatekeeper. And I have do what you call key and lock. Lock and key. When they try to destroy this government, I see it coming. I knew what is going to happen. I said, under my watch, the same Biafra Republic government in Ezra that the people of Biafra have mandated me to register. I will not let them destroy it. Simon Ekpa, realizing that he decided to work with, they went and registered one in Ohio, I believe August 17, 2025. He realized what they register is fake, not original, not authentic. he started telling his group that I hijacked Brgie. Hijack go where? I am with Brgie from the beginning. I'm there from the foundation. Brgie is also tied with me. The God of Biafra assigned the Biafran people to make me the gatekeeper. Please stop fighting Brgie. Stop fighting the government of Biafra. You are advised to work with the government. There is no true Brgie. There is no any other government representing the Biafran people from Washington, D.C. And for those groups or any other group that will come to Washington thinking the United States of America will take them serious, that will not happen. You cannot liberate a country like Biafra from this hostile nation called Nigeria with a mere group. You have to be a tough government in Israel that know how this works. Please, Mazin Namdekan, IPOB, we encourage you all to work strongly with your government, Biafra Republic government in Israel. Mazi Chike Doziem, shield your sword, work with Biafra Republic government in Israel. Organize your own group. Biafra Republic government in Israel have no problem with any group. This government is not a group. And in any country, you have groups and organizations. At the end of the day, you still have the government of that country. IPOB under Mazin Namdekan is not claiming to be government of Biafra. Chike Dozien group, they are not claiming to be government of Biafra. Imam Madu Abum group, BGC, they are not claiming to be government of Biafra. CRC group. If this group that's claiming Brgie belong to them, we they have two Brgie. We they have the Brgie they register in Ohio, and they are suing Biafra Republic government in Israel that it belong to them. That means they have no government. The mantle is in BROGIE. The mantle is in Biafra Republic government in Israel. Simon realized that instead of him to work closely with this government that is part and parcel from the foundation before he derailed, he decided to fight this government, of which he will not win. It's a wrong decision. He's supposed to shield his sword until his release. I'm here fighting for him from Washington, D.C., under Biafra Republic government in Israel, and he is suing Biafra Republic government in Israel. Not be should be that. This is confused people. Very confused. Mazi Chief Ralph Wazurike, we appreciate how you catapult this movement at a time, how you resurrect this movement. Put your group together. Mazo. Biafran people will never forget you. I, Mazo Gechukunkiri, I will not forget your effort. You jumpstart the movement. If no one want to talk about you, I will talk about you. We are imperfect human beings. We make mistake. Even if you make mistake, all other leaders of Biafra have also made mistake. Are we going to crucify Mazio Wazurike for what? Haven't other leaders even fumble, destroy what we are doing more than Wazurike? We advise him to put his group together. And those that have buy the ideology of USB, they can as well put their group together. When Biafra come, we'll all go to the ballot box and vote for who will be governor, who will be this and that. Then all the independent media, both the ones, faceless ones, they can have their own organization, or group. If Biafran people choose them, that is what you get from democracy. But this government will make sure that we have a transparent election, fair, and we are going to supervise it. And remember, our allies as well will be invited on board to help us as a new nation to organize and put Biafra together. That is why very soon we will be adopting the system of United States of America, because now they are our #1 ally. And if you have America as your kush, you have to be like that kush. And as well, Biafra was redeclared in Latin Finland, December 2nd, 2024. The ratification is still ongoing. Very soon, very soon, we'll ratify our redeclaration in Washington, D.C. Very soon, we'll ratify Biafra freedom in D.C. We'll ratify our freedom in Washington, D.C., of which we'll have some U.S. official to be in our midst in that very beautiful day. And I also want to let Biafran people know, please, Biafra Republic government in Ezra is not currently issuing any ID card or any passport. Please don't spend your money. Don't let no one scam you in the name of you are getting ID card or passport. That time have not come. We have done some things in the past prematurely, and we are correcting those mistakes. Don't let anyone scam you. Biafra Republic government in Ezra is not issuing any ID card now or passport. I know some Biafrans are desperate. They want to see how it looks. They want to have a passport or ID card. Please bear with us. We have things to face before we start issuing ID card or passport. Please don't let no one scam you saying you're getting USB ID card or passport or Biafra Republic ID card or passport. That have been suspended for now. Thank you very much. Please, all groups are welcome to join Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Work in hand with your government. Don't fight this government. Don't fight Biafra Republic government in Ezra. You will have injury. A serious one for that matter. Shield your sword. And all these groups I have called, please, stop disgracing yourself on social media. Shield your sword. After Biafra Republic government in Ezra has successfully bring Biafra, your group will be valuable in Biafra land. Your group can come out and contest for election. Please, thank you very much. We might be having some question and answer. And please, every Biafra Republic government official, as the government of Biafra, tread with caution. All these other groups, stop attacking them. Only give them advice. They are all under the government of Biafra. They are still Biafrans. We can only advise them with their mistakes or when they make mistake. and no group will be superior than the government of Biafra. And in Biafra, we will practice true democracy. We will not practice any monarch system. We don't have any supreme leader. Chukwu Okike, Abiam, Jehovah God is our supreme leader. If you know what the word means of supreme leader, just like I, Mazioge Chukwu Nkere, let's say I'm having meeting with any member of Congress tomorrow, I will say I'm the supreme leader of Biafra. They will look at you. Is this another supreme leader from Iran, the Ayatollah family, or is it the supreme leader from North Korea? Dictatorship. Biafra people don't worship human being. We only worship Chukwu Okike. We don't have any supreme leader if not our God. Please, we need to start correcting. And as we progress, we'll gradually educate our people. We will learn things that we have never thought about before. And what we are doing, we motivate other Biafrans. We have millionaires and billionaires and Tanzanians and trillionaires that are Biafrans. When you see all these gallant men and women, people that are, that can represent Biafra or fund Biafra, you go and tell them you are their supreme leader. You just already degrade them. You disrespect them already. Yes. We don't want to let them down. We are servants. I'm Monyo Odibo. I am your servant. Forget about this title, Prime Minister. If not for the office I'm holding, I don't call me my name. I love it. Just like here in America, people over, even some over 30, 40, when you call them Mr., they are angry with you. You make them, it's like they believe people you call that kind of Mr. These are people of 90, 100 years. If not for the title of the office or where I present myself and how I should be addressed, I will say, call me my name. Thank you very much. We'll be having some, I think, Mazi Sonny. This program, I think, is for question and answer, correct? Honorable Minister of Information.
Thank you, Prime Minister
Thank you very much.
of the Biafran people. It's been a wonderful one, and we appreciate your time. And Biafrans, please, if you want to contribute to the cause of Biafra under this very government that the Prime Minister has spoken, please follow the website that is running under the screen, www.biafrarepublicgovernment.org, so that you can contribute your quota to support the government of Biafra. We appreciate the Prime Minister with his entire cabinet. It's not been easy to take all these bullets and to also create all the time, the energy, the resources, your money, and everything for Biafra. From your speech, you are not being paid for anything. You use all your resources, you use your money to sacrifice for Biafra from the beginning to the end. While those that you are even fighting for get financial benefit. Yeah. Yet the same people that you fight for that get financial benefit are the people that are fighting against you and your government, working so hard to destroy you. And it's so pathetic for Biafrans to see that the congressional testimony in the US Congress last year, everything was about the release of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Monegba, and Biafra freedom. Like you stated, there was no line throughout the 8 pages of the congressional testimony to the US Congress. There was no line that depicted your name asking for a favor for Okechukwu Nkere. There was no line. Neither was there a line or sentence that asked for favor or protection to the family of Okechukwu Nkere. Not the wife of Okechukwu Nkere, not the children of Okechukwu Nkere, not his company or his business, but all for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Mazi Monegba, and Biafra. And today, Biafrans can see that the same Mazi Monegba that you're fighting for is the one that is inside prison and is filing a lawsuit against Brgie and against you personally, and also against the lobbyist and against the attorney that is fighting for Biafra to be on the table of America. It is pathetic and shocking. And we believe that it is what must happen for Biafran people to understand and see and know that it is the right time for Biafra independence to be actualized. Because never a time like this that the Biafran people has been this close and also gotten to Washington, D.C. to table their case to this point that they now speak and have handshakes with the U.S. government on Biafra discussions. So if there is attack or a reprisal attack coming in from even the person that you're fighting for to be free from inside prison, and even Biafrans that you're fighting for to be free, plus Nigerian government, who have launched a series of attacks against you and Brgie in America to be destroyed, and to see that you are captured like the way they captured Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and put inside a bag and brought down to Nigeria. If all these are happening at this time, and all these opportunities did not avail itself during Ojukwu and Philip Effiong time of Biafra independence, because they sorted so much opportunity to see that Biafra gets to America and to be discussed in Washington, D.C. And for any of the congressmen or ambassador or even a think tank group in America to discuss Biafra in any way, opportunity did not avail itself. So if this is happening at this time in our own dispensation, and then those you're fighting for are now joining hands with the enemy of Biafra to fight against you, it actually means that Biafra is here and that we are at the right point to get it all done once and for all. Nigeria is on a time bomb now. It is exploding. Boko Haram terrorism is escalating on a daily basis and going everywhere. So I see it that the opportunity of the Biafran people has come. The time to get it all actualized has come. So Biafran people, like the Prime Minister said, you should count it joy that your crown and your glory has arrived. That which you've been waiting for is actually here. So it is incumbent on you to join your hands and deliver your Biafra independence. We'll take a short break, and our lines will also be on And then we will have a chat out with the Prime Minister for some minutes. Later on, the line will be open for those that want to call in to air their views and also to ask some questions. The Prime Minister is here to answer questions from everybody today. You can throw in your question from any angle. He will select the one that is best to answer to the public interest. The one that is not suitable, he will know how to handle it. So avail yourself of this time and make it happen. We take a short break and we continue when we return.
In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds, not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts, inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of 9Geria. A giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union.
Biafra, Biafra,
Voice of truth and freedom.
Biafra, Biafra.
The rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 1970 under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed.
Biafra, Biafra.
Voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. that did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen terrorists have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the rights of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
Symbolizes resistance, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra lives, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence. Biafra, Biafra.
Welcome back to Voice of Biafra. It's been a very wonderful evening, and we had the opportunity of listening to the Prime Minister of the Biafra Republic government in exile, all the way from Washington, D.C. And we're back to the studio after his speech, and it will be available few hours available to him based on his schedule for us to discuss and for the line to be open for Biafrans that want to call in and to also aid their views. So Biafrans, you have a phone number that is displayed on top of the screen. So please get your phone and save the number in your WhatsApp so that you can call when the line is open. We decided to display the number now so that it will be visible to everyone. While we dive into the question and answer session of the Prime Minister, It's very good to have the Prime Minister back. Prime Minister, congratulations, let me say, on your battle Pro Max level now, because that is how I would describe it. It is only when someone is superlative that you now be on a very hot and a hotter and the hottest seat. And then the battle is not an easy one now, because you are getting bullets coming in from Finland as a country and Europe as a continent and the prison of Finland as a dungeon. Then you're also getting bullets coming from Nigeria, from Tinubu, with all his lobbyists in America, and some of the lawmakers that he has been able to bribe the way he wants, and those that is working on the ground with him, because even his drug cartel records are concealed in America because of the money he's paying to some people. Then your battle has not finished there. You have some other bullets coming even from your own cabinet, because you still have some Sabo that are throwing some bullets on you. Then there are some other bullets coming from some other people that you had trusted so much and expected that at this time they will be the pillars of Biafra. So my congratulations to you is that you've been able to stand or to hover above the storm. How did you do it? How did you do it? And how are you doing it? And how are you able to cope with it?
For freedom is not a joke. Freedom is not given, it's taken. You have to be ready. You have to prepare yourself mentally, physically. It's expected to happen. And we Biafrans, especially, we are not used to violence. We are not used to this nature of being so troublesome. That's why we let a lot of stuff go. And that's one of the reasons why these herdsmen or these terrorists, they are using that as a weakness against us. Because our people are so peaceful and, they always use this word, you can't hurt a fly. That's who the Biafrans are. So Biafrans believe in live and let live. So, and when you are not prepared, before you go to battle, then when your enemy are coming with all this heavy, you'll be freaked out. You have to be prepared. So seeing all this happening, and some of our people always believe in their, Biafrans are also well educated. Some are thinking that their education is already a license for them to be smart or for them to know more than everybody else. So that's a mistake. So a lot of these people, they just believe that some, like the ones that are coming after me, believe they can do it better. Who am I? I can't do nothing. I can't achieve nothing. But at the end of the day, since 2020, before 2023, when the government was, formed, I have been doing a lot, even behind the scene. So
thank you, Prime Minister. Thank you, Prime Minister. I have more questions for you, so don't extend too much of time, because I got the question from what you just said, and the answer has already been extracted. I congratulated you for being able to take too many bullets, and then my question was, how are you able to cope with all this? And then you said it's preparedness. So you actually prepared and waited, and you knew what was coming, and you knew that you will need the armor to be able to shield all this. So the preparedness in you is really working, and is taking so much. So we appreciate you and congratulations once again. So my next question goes like this. Tinubu goes after you. And it means entire Nigeria goes after you. And then, being the top figure of, and the spokesperson and the leader of the Biafran people, it means Biafra is on the spotlight. Then, all of a sudden, you see a lawsuit from Mazi Simon Ekpa from inside prison, also coming after you to your entire cabinet and to your legally acquired lobbyist and the attorney of Brgie. How do you respond to this, and how do you feel seeing that this attack is coming from Tinubu government with so much money that has been paid, and also from even Simon Ekpa that you went to Washington, D.C. to work so hard on a daily basis to see that he is released? How do you see the clash of the two coming out the same time?
Nigerian government coming after me is expected. Yes, and they didn't just started 2026. They didn't start last year. They started since 2023. I knew around the time frame because of what is happening, which I'm not going to go into details, but a lot of Biafra they know about what I'm talking about. There's actually a time that I gave Mazi Simon Ekpa a hit about some event, something that occurred, and I pinpoint where it's actually coming from. After the government was registered, which I play a big role in registering the government, and after we inaugurate our office, after we inaugurate our office in USA here, it's a big blow to Nigerian government. It never happened before. It's significant. And even during the inauguration, all of you watch it live. So do you think the Nigerian government will be quiet? They're seeing our flag flying on top of the roof of the office building. So the attack started since 2023. And they actually intensified the attack this year. And they didn't act fast. What they are doing now, I thought that's what they'll be doing way before, but they underestimate as well because they focus more in Finland. So, seeing what, it's just expected that Nigerian government will do what they are, being a terrorist country. They have done that in Kenya successfully. They kidnapped Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, extraordinary rendition him, and they done that in Finland. But they find it a little bit difficult to repeat the same pattern here in the United States of America because of how the system here work. So it's just expected. But for Simon suing from, it's kind of weird though, because I haven't here, or I don't know if I can recall any time where somebody will sue someone else from prison. I don't know how that works, but we'll find out how. So it's just disheartening, and no one knows what is happening behind the scene. We pray that he will be released very soon, but it's just not a good step. It's not a good thing, and he also shows sign of weakness, sign of being confused, and sometimes mentally we don't know what his mental status, if he's in good health, or if mentally, something is wrong. So sometimes people do things that when they start doing things that are not normal, you start questioning what is going on. Is this person okay? Is he mentally fit? What is going on? Or is just because of us being being human, that who will make mistake as human? But coming after the same Brgie that is part and parcel from the beginning, it's just it's disheartening. Sometimes it's just unbelievable what is going on. But at the end of the day, we thank God that people like us place as gatekeeper of this movement, of which a lot of fight from the top, even from the other groups fighting the same government for us to dissolve this government. We don't want government. Well, how will you? You're fighting to rescue a nation and you say you don't need a government. And at the same time, once upon a time, you also prophesy about the government, that we're going to have a government. Now we have the government, you say you don't want the government. No, it should be that. So something is just wrong. But, I'm kind of shocked that some have decided to, one way or the other, betray Biafran people. But that will not stop us from doing what we are doing or even fighting for their release. So when they are out, they can see the mess they have caused, and we'll figure out what the problem is. We see one, if they are okay, or they need a kind of medical attention. So that's all I can say on this.
Thank you.
How I feel
Thank
about
you.
that.
Thank you, Prime Minister. And you dropped another bomb there. You said some people from the top want the government dissolved. I leave that clause for the Biafran people to go and ponder about. Biafrans want people from the top. They want the Biafra government in Israel to be dissolved. So go and ponder about that very clause. So, Prime Minister, thank you so much. You've answered that one very well, and I believe the audience are catching up with this very question and answer section. Just like you said, that they said they have dissolved Brgie, and we saw that from Ngozi or Orabu Fulani group of USB charger, and she said Simon appointed her to declare Biafra, and after she declared Biafra, according to her, she dissolved Brgie. So now that they are saying they are suing Brgie and suing you, is it the Brgie that was already dissolved and is in existence to them that they are suing now? Or which one are they suing?
Minister, our struggle every day is getting tougher, harder, and also enjoyable. Because if you followed how we're progressing, that will give you joy. Like the test I received today is very important. And this a top official at high level. So when I say high level, it's very high level. So years ago, if somebody even whisper on our ear that our time is coming, we'll be getting a message to meet here, to meet there, this department, you say, how do we? Hey. So it's enjoyable in the sense that upon all this difficulty, we're still achieving a lot. With little we have, God is on our side, knowing that He needs to support His people. So seeing what Simon and some others are doing, at a time they play a big role there's sometimes they can derail. So don't mean that we'll not remember them for the good side they have done. But like I mentioned of Wazirike before Mazin Namdi Kanu kickoff, it's from Wazirike. So Wazirike have not resurrected the movement. So we're also going to remember Wazirike, the good side and the bad side. So we are now seeing the bad side of Simon and these other groups then. So it's as human being will always make mistake. You cannot say you appoint somebody, you surrogate somebody, your surrogate say that they dissolve Brgie, and the same Brgie you dissolve, and the same Brgie, there's they only confuse people. Somebody who is confused or don't know what he's doing, mentally unstable, we go through that pattern. You cannot dissolve something and you suing what you dissolve. It's not adding up. It's not just, it don't just sound right at all. But at the end of the day, I think those that have been on space, I haven't seen them on space for some time now. They always say BGC, Brigade, the original Breezy ship, the original Brigade. They haven't shown up for almost how many months now. They have heard from Simon that the Brigade, the original authentic one, is the one that is piloting the affair of Biafran people. And the lady that actually visited Simon told this lady that I hijacked Brigade. I never go nowhere. We are here. The same office of Brigade is still the same office where I'm speaking from right now. So with Brigade is always where Brigade, the office still remain the office 7200. Bella never changed. The article of registration we did not the same thing. The work that I was even doing when Simon is here going to Washington, nothing have changed. I'm still the Mazio Gechukunkere. Nothing have changed. Brigade have not changed and it have never been hijacked. So now, I believe Emma and the group will be ashamed of themselves with that nonsense they registered in Ohio, August 27 last year, knowing the what they are working with is the fake and not authentic Brigade. So, with what...
you're invariably telling me that this process of Simon Ekpa suing BRGI and your cabinet and your entire team is a validation of authentication of the real BRGI.
Yes, you heard me right. And since
Thank
then
you so
they
much.
have a lot of this. Since then they have a lot of their mad dog that always want to say they are the original Brigade. They haven't showed up since I don't know where they are. So please, my advice to these people, they need to shield their sword. We can't go nowhere with division. We can't be on social media constituting news. The world is watching. Washington, D.C., take us more seriously now. And the state of Israel, they are weighing in our activity. So they haven't really taken us serious before, but it's not something I will be discussing here, but they are watching. So Brigade remain the government. And like other groups that I talked about today, as long as they organize themselves as group, they are not interfering in the government affair, we will recognize them as group. They can work together with the government, we will achieve a lot. And when Biafra come, these groups will delegate who will represent them either in a presidential, as a presidential candidate or a governorship or whatever. So Biafra belongs to all of us. Everyone needs to shield their sword and get this straight. The only government that is making things happen is now in United States of America is Biafra Republic government in Ezra. And we don't want to miss this opportunity by all these splinter groups. They can have their group, organize themselves, stop fighting each other, build their base, make their, if possible, they turn their base to a political party. And at the end of the day, they are still part of the government. They can nominate anyone from there to be a member of the government, a cabinet member. Government is for all of us. It's not individual property. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You seems to be very diplomatic in your pattern of dealing with the splinter groups. Biafran people wants to get a yes and no answer from you from this question. Did you in any way try to go and take the BGC group from the owners?
I never been part or parcel of BGC. I don't know about that group, so they can
Did
have
you
their
also
BGC.
try to take USB charger group from the owners?
No, I don't. I don't have nothing to do with that group. So I don't have. I don't know why I will blame the government that is piloting the affair and go to group affair.
Thank you. Did you also go to this other group that they call a AVID group, IPOB Nigeria group, Ambassador group, and all of a sudden we see another one, 100 Men group. We see another one, Sokoto Declaration group. Have you made any attempt to go and carry their group or to go and take their group from them?
You just heard me encouraging all the groups to sheathe their sword, and as long as they are not interfering in the government of Biafra and they are not sabotaging what we are doing, having a group, I don't see anything wrong with that, unless when they start fighting the government or when they start sabotaging the coming of Biafra. That's when we'll sanction that group or call that group. But for now, all these group, even the calling them this other group IPOB Nigeria, hopefully that Nigeria will be out from there. We just call them as IPOB China Chike Dozim or IPOB Mazin Namikano group, but they just have to work accordance and work closely with this government. So for them, looking down on this government that God has given us is a big mistake. And I don't think that we'll take it lightly with any group that will come to destroy the progress that we have made so far. So I'm just appealing with all of them. Share your sword, support your government. Whatever you don't know about the government, ask questions. If you want to be member of the cabinet, let us know. We are ready to work with any group as long as it's for Biafra. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. You advocate for all these groups to fall in line because they are mere groups to come and support their government. So you've responded to Biafran people that you have not in any way tried to go to use up these groups or to steal their group or to hijack their groups. So what is it that is unbeatable about BRGI that all these people now gather as a cloud coming in full force against only one BRGI?
BRGI, one is authentic. Yeah, one is authentic. Number two, especially the members in BRGI cabinet, they are not there because of money or ego. They are not self-centered. They are servants of Biafra people. They are not there to impose leadership over the Biafran people. They are, they're humble to serve Biafra. And BROGI have a strong connection tie with the United States of America, which is just undeniable unless some might just want to, act like they don't know what's going on. A Biafra Republic government in Israel is not really dealing with Nigeria from Washington. I don't think Nigerian government will be after me. I don't think they will be fighting Brgie since January this year. So, and the Brgie have been their ninth worst men so far, and we'll keep doing what we are doing. And it just give me joy that top U.S. officials are now, working closely with Biafra Republic government in Ezra, and they are not taking us seriously. So all these other group, they have observed it. If you ask those other groups, like we call them, they are not government to start with. What have they achieved for the past year for Biafran people? IPOB group of Mazin Namdekan, Chikedozie group, because since they don't recognize the government, so we still have to identify them as a group until any of them recognize the government, and we address them how. But as a group of Chikedozie, what have they achieved in international stage? Diplomat way. What have they achieved for Biafran people? So if you ask all these other group, both the one and Madu and BGC, CRC, are nothing to show for them. And if all these other group are threats to Nigerian government, why is Nigerian government not going after Chike Dozie? Why is Nigerian government not going after Ngozi USB? Why is Nigerian government not going after Emma or Chioma or all these, both the ones that are ranting from different countries every day on social media? They know where the they know where the threat is coming from. The government that is dealing with them here, United States of America.
Thank you, Prime Minister. BRJ under your watch does not need Mazi Simon Ekpa from prison to be validated for it to exist or to have success. A BRJ under your watch does not also need Mazi Nnamdi kind of validation for you to have all the traction in Washington, D.C. BRJ under your watch does not need the IPOB groups, the BGC groups, the USB charger groups, the AFID groups, the ambassador groups, before you made all these successes in Washington, D.C. How so? While every other groups are looking for who to validate them, even with all these validations, they are making nothing. How is it that you don't need validation of any of these people or support from these other places, but yet you are the one that is having handshake with the U.S. government? What is it that you're doing that they need to learn if they have to come to start learning something?
We are a government, we function as a government, so government can need the validation from organization or group. Rather, group or all this organization, we need validation from the government. Just like if you're going to get your ID card, the government can't get ID card from you, or you get the government issue you ID card. Minister? The government issue you, the government authorize the ID card that you use, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so the government is always ahead. So as a group, we have to need validation from the government, not the government to need validation from any group.
That is interesting, sir. Thank you so much. Now we understand the secrecy of your successes in Washington, D.C. because there have been several groups that have existed for years and they couldn't make any traction in the U.S. Congress for Biafra. But your own pattern and template has turned the table around, that the U.S. congressmen and women can boldly pronounce Biafra now. We commend your efforts and we commend BRJ under your watch. So, coupled with all this and the recent activities that is happening in the media within the past 48 hours, we see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu going on lockerheads with his IPOB group. And we now see the group also going on lockerheads with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu groups. It's quite interesting to watch. But, from your speech, I extracted something. You said you want all of them to sheath their sword, that they need the energy for something that is coming. Please enact those words again to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and to the IPOB group so that they will get it very well again. Your advice to them at this very time.
My advice to this group is that we have passed the stage of what they are doing. Respectfully, they just need to respect themselves so that the world will take us serious. It's being too childish. After how many years? Not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10. We have IPOB as a group. Till now, they haven't matured enough. They still act like babies. They need to sheath their sword. We are in a serious time now, especially now the United States of America. We are working very closely with them, and at them as group, as long as they are not coming to Washington to make joke of our effort, that's where we have problem. A very, very big one. I don't care who it is. We'll go head to head. They can do whatever they are doing where they will do it, but don't come and destroy the progress, what we have achieved. Then the next thing, the US lawmakers will start backsliding again, looking at us like the way they treat Ambazoni. So they just have to be matured and be civil. They need to respect themselves. The leaders of both groups, they are adults, they are not kids. They need to stop this nonsense, what they are doing. And, it's just, I believe that the Nigerian government, them looking at these people, how they are jabbing themselves. That's why I said, please, every Biafra Republic government official, don't go and start, just respectfully, if you have any advice to advise, do that. But we don't want to escalate what is going on. We are Biafrans. Killing ourselves, destroying ourselves, fighting ourselves, it's not the answer, it's not the result. So there's this say that follow him that know. If Brgie is the one, the success, it's not my success. It's success of every. If we achieve our freedom through Biafra, it's a welcome development for all Biafra. When Biafra comes, all of us will still be, enjoy Biafra when it comes. So they have to stop this nonsense they are doing on social media. I saw Sahara Reporter. They have seen the kind of news they want to carry. That Mazi Nnamdi Kanu group fight Chike Doziem. Chike Doziem fight Mazi. It's mockery. And it's not going to look good for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, because he also the victim. He's the one suffering in jail. He's been there 2 years before 2021. Now he's still there for how many years now? I don't know if he loved being there, but he need to do and come out and face, what is facing us. He just need to respect himself and also know that as a prisoner, you can't be there and be dishing others and causing more problem. If he's preaching for unity, he need to sheath his sword, and until he's released. Then when he released, even the other group of Chikudozim, upon everything they are doing, I'm not here to judge them, they still call him their leader and all that. So I don't really want to dive into it. All these groups just have to grow up, be matured. They're supposed to be groups we supposed to even learn from. Because groups that have been there for years, but upon that, it's just too childish to watch and see what is going on. They need to sheath their sword and respect themselves, because Biafran people are watching. With this, Biafrans will start asking questions. Both those that don't want to disrespect Chike Doziem, they are disrespecting Chike Doziem today. Both those that don't want to disrespect Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he have given them, he opened the door, the privilege for them to disrespect him. He have suffered enough, and he just have to respect himself, sheathe his sword, and know that him as a prisoner is not a best or wise decision for him to be giving order, dishing order from there. They can as well use that against him. The new group that he's instituting now, if any of this new group do anything, the Nigerian government, if they charge that new group, that will be additional charge. They will charge him. So I don't know where he's getting his advice from, because I knew P2B said he's getting his advice from a madman. Mazin Namdekan, I don't know where you get your own advice, but he need to do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, PM. So I pray the advice is not from a madman, because there are some advice from madmen that are very disastrous, while there are some that will save your life. But in this very case, this one is unbecoming and so condescending. Prime Minister, thank you so much for your time. Dear friends, the line is open. You can call in after the two questions that will be thrown to the Prime Minister. I appreciate your time, Prime Minister. You did say from your speech that the Biafran government in exile would soon unveil a governmental template that will adopt that of America. Since we are going to America and we are seeking recognition from America, everything that we've been saying is America, America, America. Our leaders of the past, Philip Effiong and Ojukwu of 67 to 70s, were all talking about America. Wazirike was talking about America and their template. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was talking about America. Mazi Simon Ekpa was talking about America. I don't know if it is only Asari Dokubo during his time of fighting for Biafra that I did not hear him pronounce that we need to go to America. Maybe for those of you that have seen the video, please try to get it so that we can also give him the credit, because we like to give credit to everybody that have fought for Biafra and sacrificed in any way, keeping every of their excesses aside. So, Prime Minister, I wanted to throw light on this governmental template of America, which you just told the Biafran people that they will be adopting it as their own template for the Biafra Republic.
We all know that America is the leader of this free world. So if their system is working, why not we Biafra adopt American system? And America being the champion and leader, their way of governance is working. So for them, America actually will be our coach, our number one ally, of which they will help Biafran people during the transition and in helping Biafran people to get, stand for us to stand in our feet. So we can have a how was the right word for that? We can't have this parliamentary system, and while America that are supposed to be helping us in our government, with their own system, it will kind of contradict. It will be kind of difficult in assisting us to be able to be a functionable, better government in Biafra. So it's just wise and appropriate we adopt American system of government. And I believe that every Biafra will agree with me, a system or a government that we understand, instead of a system of the British people that is not not going to yield fruit for we Biafran people. So it's just going to be wise that since America will be our coach, and for us to adopt their system of government. Very soon that will happen, and it will make things more easier for them to assist us during the transitioning and putting our government in better shape to also compete and be like the best, like America.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for the response. Thank you so much. I appreciate your time. And you also did talk about ratification of the Biafra Declaration. And this time you said in America. To some Biafrans that may not understand your terminology of ratification of Biafra Declaration in America, what does that entail? So that they will get prepared and know what they are up to.
Yeah, Biafrans, the truth of the matter is this. Yes, we redeclare Biafra, but we also make some mistakes. There's things that are supposed to be in place, of which that are not in place before our redeclaration. That's why, even if Mazi Simon Ekpa is here, it will be difficult for us to still defend Biafra land, because things, we can't have two governments operating in Biafra at the same time. So we made a mistake not taking some step to make it easier for us. And our redeclaration is also be tampered with and make caricature and joke of. So we need to clean that up. We'll make sure we go through the process. A lot of countries, I think, have done that in the past as well. So we'll ratify our declaration, and that will happen in the same America, because America is in the center stage. Why it was shifted to Finland before is because of that's where Simon reside. But that's actually a big mistake. America, it would be easier for the American government as well to recognize that it's our biggest. It can be a more clear declaration. I made joke already. So we'll make sure we clean. We'll make sure with Minister of Information, please, can you? It's like
Prime Minister, we are having difficulty hearing you properly. So we take a short break and you refresh your network, and we continue when we return. Stay tuned, dear friends.
The first, the best, and the last. Voice of Biafra TV.
First to speak, best to watch, last to
Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of Biafra TV. Holy war, holy war. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, no only one. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Voice of Biafra TV. Only one, only one, only one, only one, only one, only one. Hear the people sing at last. Voice of Biafra TV. Voice of the East. Hey, hear our voices rise. Hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East. Hey, voice of the East. Hey, voice of the East. Hey, hear our voices rise. Hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East. Hey, voice of the East. Yeah. From the rivers and valleys
valleys to the hills so high. Our dreams keep growing beneath the sky. No more fear, no looking behind. We're hope in our hearts and a future to find. Together we're building, together we're strong. United in purpose, moving along. The light keeps shining for all to see. A people of courage and dignity.
Voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise. Hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call. Voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise. Hey, land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone.
Yeah, welcome back to Voice of Biafra TV. Before we went on a short break, the Prime Minister was addressing the issue of the Biafra Declaration ratification. And we lost his connection. Prime Minister, can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, I can hear you.
All right. The floor is yours now. Because we didn't hear anything you or were struggling to get what you were saying when you were addressing the Biafra Declaration ratification. Go ahead, sir. You have the floor.
What I'm saying is we will ratify our declaration, which is normal. And that will happen here. I'm coming out, correct?
Yes, I can hear you now.
And that is how that we have the state of America. We are a lot of mistake. There's some preparation that's supposed to be, some measures supposed to occur that didn't happen before. So we'll make sure all that are taken care of for the ratification, and as well it been and make caricature by the USB with their cheerleading. So Biafra can be joked with. So everything we are doing, we are damn serious. Everything handled properly and in a way that will be respected. At the same time, we'll follow the due plan, everything we need to achieve. Ratification, we have achieved it. Just like Somaliland, we just recognize Israel, not quite maybe recognition. There's a lot of stuff they have done in Somaliland, a lot of resources. They have available government. Things are just working. Over 60-70% to the, percent to the right direction. So in our own case, it's something else. So we'll make sure everything is taking place, and things that we're supposed to be done before our declaration that is not that we didn't do, we'll make sure we correct all that mistake this time. So that's the need of ratifying it, and to also clean up some mess. So we cannot get in Biafra with all those nonsense stuff that is not just right for anything that is not befitting our God or our country. So we'll make sure we clean all this up with a top U.S. official that will be in our ratification when we are ratified. And so part that we also guide us in way about. I believe every Biafra will believe with me that after the redeclaration, I will ask any of you the impact that Biafra land have redeclared, that Biafra have been redeclared. If you go to Biafra land, you can't see any different. You can see what shows that we have redeclared Biafra. So there's things, some measures that we need to take before our ratification. and that will happen. So when that will happen, we'll let Biafras know when to prepare and when they will be coming to Washington DC. So a lot will happen that very day. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, PM, for the clarification. Dear friends, the line is open for you to call in. And remember that tomorrow is our general fundraising. You have to join. And on Sunday, we have another general town hall meeting for you to join. So while we wait for the lines and the calls that will be coming in, Prime Minister, in your opening speech, you said there are some people that are destroying your names on the media and they are calling you criminals. And you said you are the one that paid for your bride price, not their bride price. So different people are asking you, when are you going to go and take your wife? Because that is your property and your son. Because if you pay money for your wife and then you leave it somewhere, somebody else is taking care of it for you. So when are you going to go and take your property?
Actually, I will make it property of Biafra. So whenever Biafran people demand for it, they have to say what, let them tell us what they want. But I also want to send a strong message, to Biafrans. Please be upright. Don't castigate. Don't lie at somebody who feed you or who do you no wrong. Karma is real. If that men do live with them or dwells with them, karma. A lot of people are consequences of what their action, of what what they have committed or what they have done to others. Especially when your hands are clean. Pilate, when they brought our lives to him to crucify at all the interrogation, he found out that our Lord is innocent of all charges. He was Sakamade. It's not part of this. Those people that are committing evil, calling me name, saying what I didn't do or what I didn't know, not just sin. There's other mad woman, mad dog, about people group. I have groups I have in Biafra land terrorizing people. I don't have any group. I'm innocent of all this accusation. But tomorrow, when that lady and her family will start, bearing the consequences of her evil action, she will start calling God, why me? People like that, the evil that they do, their same evil is what will hurt her children, her family. Because some of them, their children is part of it. Like this woman in question. She don't know more about electronics. The children help her. So when she starts suffering, whatever she will start suffering, both the children, the cause will follow her children. And this man in question, I feel pity, I feel sorry for him. The future is not going to look bright because of the evil, lies, allegation. It's heartbreaking, but that's what it is. But the people that this generation, they will have a price because of evil. If you don't want it to happen to you, repent. Repent from your evil way. A lot of people are out there Actually, I did some questions said because I want to bribe him. 2023, early 2023. I have been happy even when so that means when I'm bribing. Is somebody who you have not with 1,000, not enough 4, not 5, thinking you are happy your fellow man. Somebody you have. One day I'm gonna print evidence, show the evidence. Some that are listening to him might think it's just something you did once. Over years, almost 3 years. Whenever I call you with him, the first thing before you do, we say, Udugu Oga, you are forgetting us now. That you haven't helped. I haven't helped them. But God is watching. Evil that men do live after them. He should remember he have children, he have family to take care of. He should pray so that his evil will not affect his children that might be innocent of this. Please, all you, if you are listening, keep your hand clean. Stop committing evil. Because what you do affect your children. And that cause will turn to generational cause. And for what we are fighting for being Biafra, the land of Biafra might not forgive you and your entire generation. Thank you.
Thank you, PM. The line has been jam-packed with calls. And let's see if we can get the first caller. Caller on WhatsApp, welcome to the program. You're live on Voice of Biafra TV. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? The caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? The caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me?
Hello?
Yes, go ahead, we can hear you. Go ahead, caller on WhatsApp. Listen to your phone, don't listen to the other device. Listen to the phone you're making the call with. Concentrate on the call.
Yes, I can hear you. Can you hear me?
I can hear you, go ahead.
Okay. Yes, this is Chief Success.
Oh, good to have you on the line. It's a success.
Should I go ahead?
Go ahead. Your line is breaking. You focus on your phone.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yes. But I've turned down the
Your network is breaking. We can't hear you. Oh, we can't hear you. Oh, that is so bad. Please try again. Try again. Your line is breaking. And we didn't hear anything. Those of you that have called while the lines were jam-packed, please, you can try your calls again. Prime Minister is live in the studio, so you may call in again. All right. There's another caller on the line. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? The caller on WhatsApp,
can I be hear
me? Yes, we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, Honorable Minister of Information. My name is Nero. So I want to greet the Honorable Prime Minister, His Excellency Ogechi Kere, for the light he has thrown on the Kenya. And I also want to greet you Honorable Minister of Information for Respect, a special greeting to all the cabinet ministers of the Biafra Republic. The question I want to ask is that our former leader, Martin Canon, spoke sometime when he was free that when America started speaking for the freedom of Biafra, it means that the time has come. So the question now is we aware that America has started speaking for the freedom of Biafra, courtesy the Biafra Republic government in exile and her lobbies. And that being said, those that are fighting the Brgie, early this year, the Nigerian government paid about 9.something million naira to fight to war against the Brgie in Washington, D.C. Is it that those that are fighting against the Brgie, they are angry that the Biafra government is putting Nigeria on a hot seat, and the Biafra government is giving Nigeria so much pressure as a result of what they have done over the time? And it felt like the first question I asked is the former leader, and if aware that today American congressmen and women, ambassadors and lawmakers are speaking for the freedom of Biafra. Courtesy Biafra Republic government in exile. Is it that it's angry that America is speaking for the freedom of Biafra today? These are the questions I want. Thank you very much. I hear the mic.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The floor.
Yeah, thank you very much. I believe he's aware. Why is it echoing back to me? Am I coming clear?
Yeah, you're coming clear. I can hear you very well.
Yeah, I believe he's aware. So we just have to keep fighting, keep doing what we are doing. You know that the devil is always at work. He might want to put some confusion in our midst. So don't think that everything will just work in our favor perfectly. He can put the confusion, even starting from him being Mazin Namdeka, that meant well for Biafra people. He might even be the one that will start causing the problem. So, with due he's not perfect, and he meant well for us. So it can happen from any angle. He can use any opportunity to make sure that our movement is destroyed. So I just want each and every one of us to be prayerful to this great movement, and to also him and other leaders, because we're always going to remember the good deed they have done. And since they are not perfect, they are still going to make mistakes. They can also be used to destroy what we are doing. So unknowingly thinking that they are doing what is right. So he is aware what is happening in Washington, D.C. But if we surrender or if we retreat, that means whatever we have achieved will just be waste of time. So we'll keep fighting, keep doing what we are doing. Upon his release, he will come along. If you remember, not a few months ago, on one of our press release, upon his release, when we asked US to sanction Nigeria, and also asked US, to help in the release of Mazin Nnamdi Kanu. So upon Mazin Nnamdi Kanu release, we asked him to come to US. Then we'll dialogue and have some discussion with him so that he can know what is going on. Because where he is now, he might not know everything, or he might not see the way me and you we are, the way we are seeing it. So I think I believe I answer your question. So let us just focus in what we are doing in Washington, D.C. Him being where he is incommunicado right now, you don't expect him to do everything right. Just remember, like, just see yourself where you are. Just lock yourself in your house for 24 hours, even just for 1 week. Mentally, you're not going to be the same person that you were. So until you regain your freedom. So he always going to also make mistakes as human being. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Kola on WhatsApp. Welcome on board. We lost you before. Can you hear me? Look at your phone. Turn down your TV. Focus on your phone. We can hear you. Go ahead. Yes, proceed.
Okay. Good evening, our Secretary of Information and Communication. And I humbly greet His Excellency, Majo Getchkunkel, the Prime Minister of the Biafran Republic Government in exile, and I greet fellow Biafrans all over the world. It is not a joke, as we are talking about Biafra. This is 45 minutes on top of the hour wherever you are watching from. And to some of us, it's already morning, or to some of us, it's already getting to morning. It is not easy, and we don't have to employ joke or play into this movement. I don't have good questions, but I have to congratulate you because this is my first time of speaking through Voice of Biafra. I must tell you, this is my first time, and I'm enjoying it. I have an advice for those who are killing themselves for a big national cake, which, if they play and win very well, they will be part of the cake. I'm having a network interruption.
Can hear you.
Hello?
Can hear you.
Okay. Yes, of the recent, yesterday, the news broke out of suspension and no suspension, counter suspension and not suspension. This is a shame to the global family of Biafra. Even I have already even started to adjust and to identify myself as a member of the Biafra community rather than an IPOB, because it's really bringing a big shame to us. And whatever goes around comes around. I'm going to be speaking in riddles. We have to look for the very foundation of this very issue to deal with it. To deal with it, not for us, but for those who are confused. Point one. Point two is that in freedom fighting, the use of group is most especially common, but the use of government is somehow like searching for a shark in which to have a government. We have a government, we have a prime minister, we have all officials working. And these individuals, to align with their government, they want to sell their group, which is not possible. I will advise them. I know this advice is very different. I will advise them. They should look to the Estonian liberation first. They should look to the South African liberation. But in all this liberation, they're not as tough as the Biafran liberation. But yet, all have an exiled government to work from outside to liberate the inside. But on top, when we were advised to shut down our government, and they presented some sugar-coated offer, which is not good. So anybody who is into this should repent and work with his government. Pierre, you have done much, but you have not done the necessary things needed. Keep pushing. The only necessary needed that people want to hear is that Biafra has been restored. And that is where they want you to be. Not like we are thanking you, but keep pushing. And make the hope of reality. These people, the vulnerable people, they live in the streets. Make their hope shine. Others has denied them and lied to them. But you will not lie to them. I know. Then as of the Biafran Republic government in exile, Brgie, which people already registered another branch, another, can I say, a counterfeit of it in one of the states in America, Ohio, to be precise, by last August 2020. Today they realize that their own is fake. They have to rush to come back to the one that is headquartered in Maryland to look for access control. Like as I'm speaking to VOB now, there was no VOB then, but look at the VOB as an asset of the Brgie. And they want to come and mess everything up. These people, nothing's have in their hands. There's nothing. There is nothing that survives in their hands. And you must not allow them to do this. You must not allow them to do this. The same way Mazi Sonny never allowed some sycophants to take over the media. Please, this one is directly on your court and your team that you're working with. Do not allow these idiots to infiltrate Brgie in any way, in any capacity. Your advice that the IPOB group is taking, and I believe they will work towards it. Make sure they come to their government and they work with their government. And which other one I have not addressed or comment about is the issue of how can I say this? The achievement in Washington DC. We don't have to bring it as a bad. They are seeing it, and they not that the war is targeted at it is you, and you. They thought if they take you out of the way, Brgie will die. The same way that they take someone up away, the Brgie will die. Brgie has come to live. We go nowhere. It is an institution already. It's a government. If the works, take for example, if the work becomes tough for you to manage these two offices, we can separate the office. Brgie will still have a prime minister and still have an upper representative in Washington. It is there. It's not your personal property. And those who are making it a personal property, they are making a mistake. Some advice from that these people you surround yourself with, nothing survives in their hands. Nothing. Nothing. Not even one. They only leverage on the one who those who work on their own. And today is playing out. So do whatever you're doing without mercy. If it is me, don't hesitate. If it is Mazi Sonia Parawa, Secretary of Information and Communication, don't hesitate to inject the person out. If it is you, the Brgie cabinet will not hesitate to inject you out. Brgie remain as the only rock. So I thank you so much. I thank our Secretary of Information and Communication, and I thank every Brgie officers. Keep doing this work. Every other group, as you said, can collapse into a party, into a political party if they make the criteria. Otherwise, they join any political party of their wish. Thank you very much. I'm glad to speak to Voice of Biafra tonight. Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
We have another caller on the line. Before the Prime Minister will comment on what he has to comment, caller on WhatsApp, welcome on board. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Yes, I can hear you.
Go ahead. Welcome to Voice of Biafra. Focus on your phone. Reduce the volume of the other device. Just focus on your phone. Go ahead.
Yes. Again.
Kondo. Welcome on board, sir.
We heard what you said. We commented, you spoke like a student. We're very diplomatic. That is to show that you are a leader and ability to be able to make peace. Even though that these people don't deserve peace, they are willing to let Biafra die for their own selfish needs. Left for me alone, I will settle them home. Because all they do is to stand in the way of this freedom. Because they never went for this freedom. All this nonsense that is happening, even from place that will never escape. The reason why I've held my peace, the reason why I've held my peace is because I've never heard from man this time or another. Because if he's doing all these things, that will tell him himself that I'll ask him if he is mad. If I won't say anything, but it's salvation. I hear him say this, that he is in support of all these things that he's doing on. I will ask him if he is mad. Because you cannot destroy something that you have to give. I don't know what is going on. But whoever wants to jump to this project through that, they are taking the life of millions. They need to stop. I think that these people don't deserve this diplomatic move, this diplomatic with them. Because we have condoned nonsense for a very long time. That is why we are still where we are today. Because every single time the Biafran people rise, every time our ancestors send somebody to come and rescue us, some goddamn, what we may call them, they will show up. Make even Biafran war. That's the time. A person that called himself a Biafran, our money. Money that we want to spend on. Why thousands of millions of new people will die? We took that money to go and enjoy. The money that was given to him to save the life of this happened to him. Our family. That and over. We need to put an end to this. We need to put an end to it because these people they are helpless. People that is happening that the life of our people. There's a people. And it's that used to respect the community, to see community as great in those days. Today, you can even come into the school. People call themselves men of Allah. She wants to you people that don't want to support this freedom. She wants to you. We call it space. We don't give a damn. Whoever it is, we sacrifice your life for this Biafra, and at the end of the day, God wants to destroy you. We will not want to destroy you. Because millions are giving their life for you. We will continue to destroy you. Regardless of what,
We continue to march forward and to support. We are going to the United States. They need the free world to guide us to this place. Because God is reason for us. Escape this leader of depression. Escape this very problem right now. So we are going to start with America. We are going to work with America with the American system. We will not fall to the storm of England. People that were waiting at the right time to strike. And they did strike. But they missed the target. So we will continue, we will change targets and people aligned with people that will have our interests at heart. And that is the United States of America. Whoever that doesn't like it, we don't give a damn about you. Thank you, Your Excellency. Continue to move forward. We will continue to stand behind you. And we will continue to stand behind the government of Japan. Thank you, Mr. Minister.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Daryl.
Thank you. We have another caller that has been calling that his line has been hanging on. Let's see if we can get him before we continue. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Yes, the caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? All right, go ahead. Welcome to Voice of Biafra TV.
Thank you so much. Our Minister of Information and Communication. A good work for Biafrans. I also would like to thank and give kudos to the Biafran Republic government in exile, Prime Minister, His Excellency Ogekun Kere. He has delivered the and a great speech. To me, I call it a historic landmark. The speech is so rich and so fatherly and so caring. I can see a man that is a leader by heart, a leader by God's ordination and calling, a man that loves Biafrans, a man that loves humanity. Once again, I say kudos to our Prime Minister. You have called the government of Biafra Republic government, our government, which is Biafra Republic, as the umbrella government of all Biafrans. And I want to salute you for that. It is very important we highlight this, that this government is not anybody's property. It is not former Prime Minister Simon Ekpa's property. It's not our leader Martin Nnamdi Kanu's property. It's not anybody's family business. It's the business of all Biafrans. That was a very good clarification. I want to salute you for that. And you also mentioned that whoever is going to be a leader in Biafra or govern in Biafra must be a servant. Because Biafrans, historically, we are Republicans. And so that resonated with me, and I believe with all Biafrans, because this is who we are. We are Republicans by nature, by tradition, and by culture. So thank you for making all that clear also. And we have made an appeal to all groups, whether it is Goz's group, whether it is a mass group, Simon Ekpa's group, Nnamdi Kanu's group. This is the government of Biafra. And there can be no truth more than this. There can be no truth more than this. And it's a very timely advice. And to me, it's like a warning also. Because, like someone, you cannot destroy the house you contributed in building. It speaks volume, and it talks about something must have gone wrong with your thinking faculty, or in whichever way. Nobody pulls down the house you contributed in building, and the house is standing. Magnificent house. So that's very important that you also mentioned that. And also you highlighted the fact that we are not Iran and we don't have any supreme leader. It is alien to the Biafran people. It's alien to the Biafran culture. It's alien to the Biafran tradition to have a supreme leader. We don't have such. And thank you for making that as a point, which we are taking home, and we are going to run with it. We are grateful. We have only one supreme leader, which is the Almighty God, the Elohim, and his son, Jesus Christ, like you just also mentioned in your speech. This is who we are. We cannot be any other than who we are. So thank you for that also. And it must be clear to those who have been leading in the past to be very careful of what they say and what they do, and those who are done, our leaders, be very, very careful so that we don't lead them into error that will be very difficult to correct. So it was good that you mentioned that. You also highlighted that if America is doing well, their government is functioning well, then we have to have them as a coach. We have to copy their style. That's very important. And I thank you for that also. You also mentioned there's going to be a ratification convention which will take place in the United States. This is very, very important, and I want to salute you and your cabinet for thinking through and for coming up with this. Because a lot of errors, like you said, were made, and we are human, and we are prone to mistakes. We are not flawless. We are not infallible. So a lot of mistakes must have been made. And the way you know a wise man is the wise man is the one that when he makes a mistake, he acknowledges his mistake and he corrects it. That's the way to know a wise man. And to having listened to you, and I call you a wise man. That's who we are. So it is very important that Biafrans begin to brace up all over the world, because there's going to be another convention to ratify the declaration that was made in December 2nd in Latin. And in ratifying it, a lot of corrections will be made. So thank you so much. And Biafran, please take this to heart and begin to prepare and get ready for whenever that call will be made. Biafrans all over the world should be ready to come over to the United States and ratify the declaration that was made in 2nd of December 2024, right? Then it's also a call to our professionals, technocrats and the traders, business people of Biafran extraction, artisans, pastors and bishops. Here is your government. This is your government. Everyone should now come forward and contribute your own quota. It could be intellectual quota, it could be energy, it could be whatever it is. More especially, your finance, your money. This government needs their money. This is the oil that lubricates the wheel of any government. It's money. So Biafra, this is the thing is clear now. The course is clear. The Prime Minister have initiated and spoken a lot about the need for unity, not unity of enemies, but unity of those who are pursuing a common cause, a common goal, who are working towards a common goal. And what is that goal? The independence and freedom of Biafra out of Nigeria. Because Nigeria is in a mess already, consuming its citizens, and every day it gets worse and worse and worse and worse. So I want to thank you so much for all this you have said, and it's coming at a very timely moment. And the groups you have had, the prime ministers have spoken to Biafrans. So wherever you are, whether you are IPOB under Nnamdi Kanu, or you are IPOB under Chike Doziem, or you are Ngozi's group, or you are a mass group, or a Simon group, this is your government. So you have to shoot your sword. Proceed no further. Like you said, when Biafra is restored, it can be a political party, you can run for office. That's okay. So shoot your sword, come under your government. Because you can never make a headway. You can never make a headway. You will keep struggling and stumbling and tumbling. And so, who is in Washington, who is making progress, who is leading, who is American government listening to, is the Republic government in Israel. Very clear. And also, probably, sir, you talked about those you have helped out of your good heart. And I'm happy you said you will never stop helping because of them. Very unfortunate. You sponsor somebody's wedding. And I know there was a time also the woman in France came on air publicly and was confessing and pleading with you to forgive and to forget, and they cried and they pleaded and they went back to their vomit. And one thing is clear, you are not placing a curse on them, but they have already caused themselves. It's very clear. This is scriptural. This is what the Bible says. They have already caused themselves. Because whoever eats your bread and drinks your water and turns around to stab you at the back has caused himself or herself. So you are not the one placing a curse on them. And like you are pleading with them, please, you better make a U-turn, you better repent, because this curse will not only be on you, it will also be on their children. And their children are born. So I'm very happy for this. And please, Honorable Minister of Information, please, we would like to have highlights of this historic and great speech, so that we can study them carefully and then make them a point of discussion. Because a lot of things were said, so we want to have the highlights. Thank you so much. Let me submit. Today is a great day, and I'm so happy for the progress we are making. Thank you so much. Let me submit the mic here.
Thank you so much, Bola.
Thank you very much.
Prime Minister,
it's actually
go ahead.
It's actually a great day, because a text I received a few hours ago, I make my day. A text coming from one of the high office of U.S. government that shows that Biafra is here. That's why when all this stuff is happening, it don't really bother me. It don't move me. I set my eyes on the prize or on the ball, because I know that Biafra is here. If Biafra is being discussed at the highest table of the land, no man or woman born, no one born of a woman can stop the coming of Biafra. Sudan or Biafra, we are born as free people. We must be free. We must be free. So those that are fighting me, fighting Biafran people, fighting our freedom, they need to stop. It will not go well with them. We just need to stop. They need to stop. Our freedom is in our hand, and it's here. with due respect, they need to stop. If they want to live to see Biafra, they need to stop fighting us, lying against us. If they want the land of Biafra to bless them, bless their children, bless their offering, just like our brother said, I don't have to lay cost on you. Whoever that is committing evil, fighting against our freedom, it's already been caused, knowingly or unknowingly. There's too much lie out there about me. Some will be on their program, start telling Biafrans that I have those I sponsor in Biafra land that are committing crime. I don't have any. I don't know. Some will talk about how I embezzle Biafra money. Biafra have never paid me a dime. And I never spent Biafra dime. I actually put mine in Biafra restoration because I know we need it. Evil, Adema. Evil will take you nowhere. Rather pain, agony, sorrow. Like the woman our brother mentioned, which her name is Adadioram. There's a program, I don't know, it's still the same one in Italy that I helped, thinking I'm doing the right thing. Invite her to join the program. Was there singing, please forgive, she have lied against me? Why? Why is she repeating, doing the same thing again? Sometimes these people, they can't stop because of, that's just who they are. They can't stop lying. And in one of our programs, she actually said that she cannot stop lying. And some are falling to that, listening to her. Why will you listen to who will lead you to destruction? Biafrans, we are wiser, we are smarter than this. We all need to pray very hard for our freedom. Also, for us to heal mentally. A lot of Biafrans, mentally, they are sick. When you tell them to fund their freedom, fight for their freedom, rather, they look the other way. Some of them have millions and billions, and they let their village burn. They let the terrorists overrun their land. We also need to pray by special grace of God, intervention, to turn this mind of these people around. Some of them are just mentally sick. And some can't stop lying, believing through lying, I don't know what that will result, what result they will get from that. Thank you very much, our dear brother. I'm happy that God have chosen me and you and genuine Biafrans to do this work, because the result is overwhelming. When you farm, at the end, when you're supposed to reap what you sow, rather what you are getting rotten fruits, that discourages you. But when you are getting, when you are getting a fruitful result from your hard work of farming, it gives you joy. In history of Biafra, no Biafran have been in Washington, D.C. more than I, having meeting with U.S. lawmakers. And the way they are responding now, they respond more positive than 2024. Because educating Washington for the past 2 years is not a joke. They know more than some Biafrans. And we are in collaboration in high level. So things are working, to our favor. And the Nigerian terrorist state is actually making it easier for us. One of our guests at VOB few months ago, I believe last month, or ending of last 2 months, Michael Rubin. He said that the Nigerian terrorist government, they are making our job more easier because when we're talking about the insecurity, instead of the Nigerian government to fight to stop the insecurity, they sponsor the terrorists. The terrorists intensify their terrorism. So when you go to Washington, D.C., you don't have to run your mouth or preach like 30, 40, 50 minutes before they get the message. A lot of them are already aware. And our activities since 2024 have also paved the way for other groups to be able to penetrate Washington, D.C. But before Brgie, other groups, they have not able to do what we have done or achieve anything. So like we have called all other groups to remember that we have a government. They can be part of the government, or they can also work from their group to support their government. Thank you, Minister. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Prime Minister, for your time, your services, and your energy. It's been a wonderful one having you on Voice of Biafra TV again today. And we long to see your works in Washington, D.C. achieve its predestined result for Biafra, because it's all for Biafra. Biafrans are happy for where they are now and how their issue is being discussed. And like the other speaker said when he called, they want to see the next stage. And I am calling on all Biafrans that the next stage of Biafra achievement should not be left only for the Prime Minister and his cabinet. We need all of you to come in. Bring all that you have to come and support the cause of Biafra so that we can be able to get to the next stage of Biafra. Thank you so much, Prime Minister. Thank you so much for your time. And I remind all Biafrans again to make it to the Brgie fundraising and town hall meeting. The GoFundMe link is also available. Please share it and make use of it. Let us raise the available funds so that we can be able to protect our babies, women, and children from the terrorists. Because without Biafra, there is no salvation of mankind in the contraption. Thank you so much, Prime Minister, and we look forward to having you again some other time.
Let me just thank you. Let me send a strong warning because we are serious in getting our freedom. Those that are laying curse upon themselves and their children should stop it. A lot of Biafrans get their information from social media. So many so-called independent media, bloggers that are making money from social media, from talking about Biafra, report accurate news. Don't lie against this struggle. Don't lie about what you know nothing about what you don't know. And a strong warning to those calling Mazio Gichukunkere, castigating my name, lying against me. It's normal that human being, not everyone will agree with you. You can agree and disagree. Not everyone will believe in you. But no one have the right to lie against you. If you want to say something about me, say the fact, what you know. And especially in this cause that I have chosen to save lives of millions, to save life of Biafran Christians, to save life of Biafran people. I'm serious about this one. If I will mention few names. I don't really want to do this. I never know that it will come to a day like this. I will mention people by name. Adadioram, stop lying about Mazioge Chukunkere. If you continue, you, your children, your generation, everything, nothing will work well for you. Raphael Chiamaka Ajire, stop lying against Mazi Ogechukunkere. If you continue, you and your generation, it will never be well, whether in Biafra land or wherever you reside. Kai TV, if you're making money from blogging, from talking about me, say the fact, say what you know. Stop using my name. Stop lying against me. Stop fighting against Biafran people. Stop saying what you don't know. Kelena TV and all the rest that are destroying what we are doing one way or the other way, from you to your generation, cause will follow you. Evil will be your portion if you don't repent. Both you, your children, no one is exempted to know how damn serious I am. Because these people have destroyed the minds of thousands of Biafra. Biafra unite. And others, if I don't mention your name, you know who you are. And on this day, all these evil people, upon the pain, what have happened to us, you are still decide to work against Biafran people. If you know the God you worship, go and ask him, who is Mazioge Chukunkere? If it's through your tradition way, go and ask. And those that are labeling me criminal or eating Biafra money forcefully, false accusation, accusing me of what I did not do, you and your entire household will see no peace. Until one day, you will ask for me. You will look for me to see if you can be forgiven. Then if the land of Biafra forgive you, you are lucky. Disease from your evil way. And for those that are fighting me will do you harm. I'm not here for myself. I'm here for Biafra. And the Biafra that I represent will reject you. The land of Biafra will not accept you and will never bless you. Leave me alone. Let me work for Biafra. Stop this false accusation. You evil people have tried to destroy my name. I just decide to do this. Stop. Stop. You people have destroyed the mind of thousands of Biafra. Both those that are funding, supporting what we are doing, and some of these people proudly said it, that they are not happy. People are not funding their freedom anymore. What do you gain out of it? Stop your evil way. If you don't, you will suffer and bear the consequences. Both you and your children. Nothing, no good news will come out from your household. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Prime Minister. And thank you to all dear friends for keying into the program. See you some other time. And bye for now.
Hear our voices rise.
Voice of the East, hey, hear our voices rise, hey.
Land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we shine, we stand tall. From every town we answer the call.
Voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey, voice of the East, hey,
hear our voices rise, hey. Land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. We rise, we
voice of the East,
voice of the East,
hear our voices rise,
land of the rising sun, shining bright for everyone. Oh, rise up, let the morning light appear.
rise up,
With hope and vision far and near. Voice of the East, hear our voices rise.
hear our voices rise,
Land of the rising sun, forever shining bright. We rise, we shine, a future filled with hope and light.
voice of the East, hey,
Forever shining bright.
voice of the East.
Sing I'm loud. Go Georgia, for all our heroes we make us proud. Go Georgia, Biafra blood, Biafra spirit strong. Go Georgia, their story they live now they make us holy. Go Georgia, dance with joy even if I they cry. Go Georgia, honor our people we pay the price. Go Georgia, me Trachi we no go ever forget. Go Georgia, forever bright, forever we go praise. Go Georgia, go Georgia, go Georgia. Back for 1967, call come out. When trouble show face, hope still stands tall. Them stand ground well to protect their own. Past fire, hunger, rain and heavy stone. Oju cooled us with hearts way true. Mama them fight, Papa them too. In the heart of Africa, a nation bleeds. Not from a single wound, but from 1,000 cuts.
inflicted by a forced union, never meant to endure. This is the story of 9Geria, a giant built on false foundations, now straining beneath the weight of its own contradictions. And at the center of that storm stands the unbroken spirit of Biafra, crying out for freedom from a nightmare that has consumed millions. It began with the rivers of blood in 1966. Thousands of Biafran men, women and children, professionals, traders, students and families who had built lives across the Federation became targets in the northern city, fueled by ethnic hatred and religious hostility. Mobs descended upon innocent civilians. They were slaughtered in their homes, in crowded markets, and aboard trains carrying desperate families back to the east. Streets were littered with bodies, rivers choked with corpses. Survivors returned to the east carrying trauma, grief, and the painful realization that they were no longer wanted in the Nigerian Union. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. Biafra, Biafra, the rising sun will rise again. Then came May 30th, 1967. A desperate act of survival. What followed were 30 months of unimaginable devastation. The Nigerian military, armed and backed by foreign powers, including Britain, Russia and Egypt, surrounded the young republic. A total blockade was imposed. No food, no medicine, no escape. Starvation became a weapon of war. 5 million, mostly civilians, many of them children, perished during what was not just a conflict but genocide against Biafra. Bombs fell on markets, hospitals and villages. Communities were razed. The world watched in silence while famine hollowed the faces of innocent children. Some nations spoke out, but many turned away. The war officially ended in paper in 9Geria Nti, under the declaration, no victor, no vanquished. Yet for Biafrans, the suffering did not end. Their properties were confiscated, careers destroyed. Biafrans were given only 20 pounds, regardless of how much they had. Entire families struggled to rebuild shattered lives. The promise of reintegration faded into disappointment. Marginalization deepened in Nigerian government appointments. Infrastructure and control of resources from Biafran land. Oil flowing from the Biafra land enriched the center, while much of the east remained neglected. Roads deteriorated, industries collapsed. Biafra, Biafra, voice of truth and freedom. The rising sun will rise again. The nightmare did not disappear, rather it evolved. Across Nigeria today, violence and insecurity continue to devastate communities. Armed attacks by Fulani herdsmen, terrorists, have left villages destroyed, farmers killed, women violated, children orphaned and churches burned. Boko Haram and its offshoots have unleashed terror across multiple regions in the southeast. Demands for Biafra and self-determination are often met with military crackdowns, arrests and bloodshed. Protesters have been killed, fear and tension continue to rise. These tragedies reflect the deadly consequences of forcing vastly different peoples into one political structure. Through the 1914 British amalgamation, distinct ethnic nations, religion, traditions, ideologies, and systems of governance were merged without consent and without a shared national vision. The North's feudal and religious conservatism can never blend with the South's entrepreneurial drive. And the East Republican individualism attempts to hold the Union together continue to be at the cost of innocent blood. Why does Biafra matter?
Biafra means self-determination.
Biafra represents dignity, survival, and the right of a people to life and choose their future.
Biafra
Symbolizes resist, innovation, enterprise, and hope. The vision is of a nation with secure borders, focused development, protection of its citizens, and economic engagement with the world, a future free from oppression, fear, and perpetual conflict. The solution is not endless political conferences, military force or federal quota system, but a peaceful separation based on shared values and voluntary association. History shows that artificial unions often fracture violently, while honest separation can allow wounded nations to recover.
Biafra is not dead, Biafra lives.
It lives because the desire for freedom cannot be extinguished. Nigeria's ongoing crisis, corruption, insecurity, poverty, and division are proof that one structure cannot hold people with dangerous diversities together. For the million already lost, for the children yet unborn.
Biafra,
Biafra independence is non-negotiable. Let Africa remember that true unity cannot be sustained by force. The world must listen before more lives are lost.
Biafra,
Biafra live, freedom calls. God bless Biafra. God bless the land of the rising sun. God bless Biafra Republic, government in exile, led by Prime Minister His Excellency Okechukwu, for standing tall in the pursuit of Biafra independence.
Biafra, Biafra.
Are we live?
Yes.
Greetings to everyone, and you're welcome to Politics Insight on Voice of Biafra Television once again. And with us in the studio today, we have Michael Rubin. And I will leave the stage to the Prime Minister and Michael Rubin to do the finishing. Dr. Michael
Thank you
Rubin,
very much,
welcome to
Minister of
the
Information. It is a great honor to be here today with Dr. Michael Rubin, one of the most respected think tank official and foreign policy leader in Washington, D.C., and a great friend of Biafra and Biafra Republic government in exile. He is more his impressive biography. Here is more of his impressive biography. Michael Rubin is a senior fellow at the American Enterprise Institute, where he specialized in Iran, Turkey, and the broader Middle East. A former Pentagon official, Dr. Rubin has lived in post-revolution Iran, Yemen, and both pre- and post-war Iraq. He also spent time with the Taliban before 9/11. For more than a decade, he taught classes at sea about the Horn of Africa and Middle East conflict, culture and terrorism. To deploy U.S. Navy and Marine units, Dr. Rubin is the author, co-author, and co-editor of several books exploring diplomacy, Iranian history, Arab culture, Kurdish studies, and Shiite politics, including several pillars. What really causes instability in the Middle East? AER, Press 2019, Kurdistan's Rising, AEI, Press 216, Dancing with the Devil, The Perils of Engaging Rogue Regimes, Encounter Books, 2014, and internal Iran continuity and chaos. Paragraph 2005, Dr. Ruby has a PhD and MA in history from Yale University, where he also obtained a BS in biology. Thank you, Dr. Ruby. The question we have a lot of questions, but because of time, we just take as much as we can. The Biafra Republic government in exile has focused on promoting the U.S. recognition of Christian genocide in Nigeria and had aggressively engaged the U.S. government for such recognition in parallel with other advocacy such as the U.S. Christian community and organization. This has been successful with President Trump declaring Christian genocide in Nigeria. From our perspective, this allows for normalization or discussion of the concept of an independent Christian state in the form of Biafra. Doctor, what are your thoughts about President Trump and the White House declaration about Christian genocide on Nigeria and steps taken to hold Nigerian government accountable? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mr. Prime Minister. It's a pleasure to be here speaking with you. First of all, I'm glad that President Trump and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have calibrated U.S. policy towards reality rather than wishful thinking, like what we saw with the previous administration when Nigeria was taken off the watch list by Secretary of State Antony Blinken. And frankly, the facts on the ground tell the story much more important than any U.S. administration. And so I would hope, Democrat or Republican, whoever follows President Trump, would also continue to recognize the real slaughter of Christians that is occurring in Biafra. The way I look at it is this way. There are two possibilities. Number one, either the Nigerian government is directly and purposely slaughtering the Christians in Biafra. The second possibility is the Nigerian government is too weak to prevent the slaughter of Christians in Biafra. Either way, however, the fact remains that there is an ongoing genocide. If the Nigerian government is purposely and directly seeking genocide against Biafra, then the United States must recognize Biafra to help protect it. And if the Nigerian government is a failed state and too weak to prevent the actions of the Fulani militias, then the United States should stop recognizing the fiction of Nigeria and recognize the independence of Biafra. In reality, Nigeria is a colonial empire. It's an artificial state, and it's a failed state. The fact of the matter is, it's time to continue the full decolonization of Western Africa, and that means allowing Biafra, Ambazonia to be free.
Thank you very much, Doctor. What are your thoughts on the interconnection between the Nigerian Christian persecution issue and how it ties in with Biafran aspiration?
Well, look, Biafra didn't simply form a few years ago. It's not simply the product of a diaspora community meeting in Finland. The fact of the matter is Biafra has always existed, and we can go back to the 18th century, if not before, and we find evidence of Biafra and recognition of Biafra on European maps and elsewhere. But certainly, Biafra showed its desire back in 1967, and unfortunately, for cynical reasons relating to the Cold War, for cynical reasons relating to Nigeria and its economy, we have a situation in which Nigeria was quite literally allowed to get away with murder, allowed to get away with genocide. One of the problems that we see when we fail to recognize genocide when it occurs, when we fail to delegitimize the ideology that leads to that genocide, is it ensures a repetition of that genocide. After World War II, the German Nazi Party was stigmatized, and the Germans were forced to come to account with what they did. The problem we have in Nigeria is that too many countries have given Nigeria an excuse not to recognize its own responsibility for the first genocide in Biafra. And because of that, the ideology has continued and it has amplified to the point where we now have the second genocide in Biafra. The moral compromise of people like the president of Finland is shameful. The moral compromise of Anthony Blinken when he was Secretary of State was shameful, especially because he used his own father-in-law's experience in the Holocaust as part of his claim to moral standing when he became Secretary of State. The fact of the matter is, there will not be peace in Nigeria until Biafra is free. And it is unfair for everyone in Biafra to have to suffer through a second Nigerian genocide, a second Biafra genocide at the hands of the Nigerian government, simply because diplomats want to be polite and want to make their oil deals and their other trade deals. The Christians of Nigeria should not be sacrificed so that some Europeans can make a quick contract.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I'm so encouraged with your words, your expertise, and your knowledge. I hope people are listening and learning from the expert and for who care for humanity. Thank you. The Biafra Republic government in Ezra Brgie heavily invests in time and energy and in high-level engagement in Washington, D.C. While the new Biafra movement has existed since the late 90s, a professional engagement campaign led by Brgie in Washington, D.C. is a very recent phenomenon, being less than 2 years old. Due to this change in strategy, in some ways, we have more success in the past 2 years than the previous 20. We have two questions relating to this. Can you explain to the Biafran people why educating U.S. officials on the Biafra issue is critical?
Well, first of all, what you say is absolutely true. I personally, of course, am not Biafran, and so I'm not going to comment on internal Biafran politics. What I would say, however, is that whatever one's political belief as a Biafran, the most important thing is education of people outside Biafra, of people outside Nigeria, to understand the Biafran cause. And there's absolutely no doubt that great progress has been made over the last 2 or 3 years on the issue. Now, there's been two issues or two dynamics that have allowed to this success. The first is the lobbying campaign that the Biafran community in exile has undertaken in Washington. You have made people aware. You don't need to spin. You don't need to create facts. All you need to do is educate. Because unfortunately, the Nigerian government is creating the facts with its own perpetuation of genocide in Biafra. Frankly, however, the Biafran community has also become lucky in Washington simply because of the sheer incompetence of the Nigerian embassy. The fact of the matter is, there is not an embassy more lazy in Washington, D.C. than the Nigerian embassy. Even when I talk to State Department officials who do not necessarily agree with the idea of an independent Biafran state, they will acknowledge that the reason why the Biafran cause has sunk such deep roots now in Washington, D.C., is not only because of the lobbying efforts, but also because the Nigerian government has not managed to contradict or explain any of the assertions made by the Biafran community or its own Nigerian actions. So the fact of the matter is, you have had great success. And the reason why this is important is because genocide happens in the dark. When you shine a light on the slaughter of Christians in villages and towns in Biafra, then their deaths are not in vain. There is accountability. We can look at any number of episodes. Kosovo in 1999 with Bill Clinton, or more recently, the military action in Iran. And we can recognize the importance of understanding how the slaughter of a country's own people led to intervention. And so, in the case of Nigeria, while no one is talking about intervention right now, the fact of the matter is people are talking about sanctions against Nigeria. And frankly, the Biafran case for independence is going to become even more important as an element of U.S. national security, as a U.S. interest. If the government in Mali falls, then we are going to refocus on the problem of jihadism, of Al-Qaeda, of Islamic extremism, of the Islamic State in West Africa. And while, of course, Mali and Nigeria do not share a direct border, the fact of the matter is that if Mali becomes a safe haven for Al-Qaeda, Nigeria is going to be its target. And if the Nigerian government is as incompetent and as permeated by Islamists as we've seen over the last several years, then the United States, not for reasons directly of religious freedom, but for reasons of stability and security in West Africa, will have absolutely no reason, no choice, but to recognize the state of Biafra as an independent country.
Wow. Thank you very much. And the Nigerian terrorist government, they always make our job easier for us. The Biafra Republic government in exile has a transactional approach in engaging the U.S. government, making a beneficial offers in the areas of defense, security, and natural resources in exchange for U.S. political support, similar to what Somaliland is doing. What are your thoughts on this approach?
Well, look, when it comes to the aspirations of Biafra, just like when it comes to the aspirations of Somaliland, another country which had suffered genocide, in this case at the hands of dictator Siad Barre, who, by the way, after he was overthrown, was granted asylum by the government of Nigeria, a fellow genocidaire government. The fact of the matter is, Biafra and its lobby should make any number of arguments because different policymakers in Washington will be motivated by different ideas. There's not a magic formula. Personally, the morality of the Biafran cause matters to me. To the evangelical Christian community, solidarity matters, the protection of Christians. But you're absolutely right, Mr. Prime Minister. And Biafra has a lot to offer. And the point is that Biafra needs to do what is in Biafran interests. It needs to have a symbiotic relationship with the United States. And if that means a military base for the strategic Gulf of Guinea, if that means energy deals with American companies, that's fine. The fact of the matter is, we should be supporting you for practical, realpolitik reasons. We should be supporting you for moral reasons. We should be supporting you for security reasons. All of them go together in a way that is beneficial to both countries.
Thank you very much, Doctor. As a follow-up to the previous question, Brgie have offered the U.S. military base in Biafran territory, which would provide the U.S. valuable access to the Gulf of Guinea, which we know is very, very important. We believe this is valuable, given increased terrorism in West Africa and the loss of U.S. presence in the Sahel. This idea of having U.S. military base in Biafra has been spoken about by foreign policy experts in Washington, D.C. What do you think of this idea?
I think it's a very good idea. Realistically, the United States isn't going to establish a military base before much more formal recognition of Biafran autonomy, if not independence. That said, I would add to your litany of reasons why this is important that the Gulf of Guinea is now the international hub of piracy. And therefore, it becomes extremely important to the security, to the freedom of navigation, to the energy flow. Now, technically speaking, when it comes to maritime law, piracy is an act that occurs 12 miles outside of a country's borders, once it's outside on the high seas, outside of its territorial waters. What Nigeria has done is categorize many of the acts of piracy as occurring inside its territorial waters in order to depress the statistics. But the fact of the matter is, Nigeria, number one, is dishonest with regard to its security. It's become a major source of instability in the region. And at the same time, Biafra has the resources which Nigeria wants to loot. The dynamic which the United States has to be very careful about is this. We've seen, for example, in both Pakistan and to a lesser extent Egypt, governments demanding that the United States assist them with defeating extremists. And in a way, it's a dynamic of extortion. Pakistan supports the Taliban, for example, and then demands that the United States gives it security assistance to defeat the Taliban. But it's never going to defeat the Taliban because it wants the billions of dollars in American security assistance. What the Nigerian government wants to do is similar. It wants to, on one hand, promote and catalyze the Fulani militias and other Islamist extremists in the Middle Belt, in the North, and in Biafra. And it will say, you need to give us millions, billions of dollars for our military in order to defeat this threat. But it's like the arsonists saying, you need to give us millions of dollars, billions of dollars to put out a wildfire without admitting that they themselves started it. So what the United States needs to do, military base or not, is to call the bluff, the cynicism of Abuja. It needs to tell the Nigerians, we know what your game plan is, and we reject it. And the fact of the matter is, you have become a terror sponsor. You should be designated a state sponsor of terrorism. And we have concluded that the only way to protect the security and stability, as well as the Christian community is to recognize Biafra.
Thank you very much, Doctor. For years, the Nigerian government has used terrorism in the country as an excuse to ask for arms sale to Nigeria. Instead of using the weapon to fight Boko Haram, either the Nigerian government will use the weapon to engage in military action against the Biafrans, or provide those weapons to so-called reintegrated terrorists. Now, there is a shift towards direct U.S. counter-terrorism action in Nigeria, perhaps reflecting concern about the Nigerian military intention. What are your thoughts regarding arms sales to Nigeria? Should they be blocked, or at least conditions attack that U.S. arm cannot be used against the Biafrans and Christian population?
Well, look, at a minimum, they need to be conditioned. The fact of the matter is, however, that the Nigerian government probably wouldn't adhere to those conditions. Look, I mean, when push comes to shove, the Nigerian government needs to be held accountable for its own actions. And the Nigerian army has been shown not to be a reliable security force. What I would do is challenge the Nigerian government. I would demand that any weapon sales be preconditioned on the arrest, the trial, and the conviction of any Nigerian officer, any Nigerian soldier who has participated in human rights violations against the people of Biafra. And if the Nigerian government isn't serious enough about rooting out the corruption and the terrorism within its own armed forces, then Mr. Prime Minister, under no circumstances should they get a single weapon or salary assistance to their military, because it's clear that they're insincere and they're playing a double game.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Can the Biafra military force, the Biafra Defense Force, Biafra Liberation Army be an alternative for U.S. in the area to the Nigerian military, similar to how the Kurds have been helpful to the U.S. in the Middle East? Should the U.S. military train and professionalize the Biafran force into a professional counter-terrorism force? We have proposed this to U.S. government for consideration.
I would say that that is a good aspiration for the future. Realistically, until the United States recognizes the autonomy of Biafra, it's unlikely that you're going to get U.S. trainers descending into Biafra the way they have in Iraqi Kurdistan, or more recently in Somaliland. But you're absolutely right. Biafra should have the ability to defend itself to the best of its ability, especially if its neighbor cannot be trusted and indeed is the main threat to its security.
Thank you very much, Doctor. The government of Nigeria has relationship with U.S. adversaries, including the Islamic Republic of Iran. In fact, Nigeria at one point brought Iranian officials into the parts of Biafra which remained under government control last year. Nigeria is also trying to bring a Turkish military presence into the country. This is unacceptable to the Biafra Republic government in exile. We are eager to work with the U.S. to counter this malign influence. Should the U.S. also view supporting Biafra as combating malign foreign influences, such as from Iran?
Yes, although, frankly, I see Turkey as a much greater threat right now. Turkey entered, for example, Somalia with the argument that it was going to bring peace and security to Somalia. But what Turkey did was empower al-Shabaab to the point where You cannot even go from the Turkish-controlled green zone at Mogadishu's international airport to the Villa Somalia, just a couple kilometers away, because al-Shabaab controls the territory in between. If Turkish forces, if Turkish advisors enter Nigeria, they are not going to bring peace and security. They are going to empower Boko Haram. Their weaponry is going to end up with Boko Haram, and they are going to catalyze the slaughter of the Christians in Biafra. If Turkey cannot even acknowledge the Armenian genocide, how can you trust them with the lives of the Christians in Biafra?
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I believe that every finger is pointed to Nigerian government or as a regime, as Iranian regime. So Nigeria is Iranian part 2. So they share the same ideology. So arming the or supporting the Nigerian military is actually supporting terrorism against the Biafran Christians and even the Nigerian Christians. Thank you very much. In addition to the United States, which sovereign state do you think Biafra should cultivate relationship with? For example, Biafra has a historical relationship with Israel, and Israel is currently a natural ally for us.
Look, ultimately, who recognizes Biafra and who Biafra recognizes is an issue of strategy. Certainly, Israel makes sense, but look, I mean, the fact of the matter is, African countries should support the Biafran cause as well, because Nigeria is simply a colonial empire under the guise of being an independent African state. The fact of the matter is, the way Nigeria has acted disqualifies it from the full recognition of the African Union and all of the member states. If I were Biafran, I would look at other states in the region that perhaps have reason to understand the threat which Biafra has been under. Somaliland as a victim of genocide. The Namibians were also victims of genocide. In the future, one might look at countries that have had difficulties between sectarian communities, like the Central African republics. And who knows, maybe in the future, big heavyweights in the region, like Ethiopia or South Africa, will understand that their future and their interest lies with the creation of Biafra, rather than tying themselves to a country like Nigeria. The way I think about Nigeria is this. It's almost as if someone breaks into a fancy automobile and instead of stealing the sound system on the automobile, takes the dead carcass of a cat from the back seat. Nigeria today is like that dead carcass of a cat. And no one wants to have to rely on it. I mean, Biafra is the country of the future.
Thank you very much, Doctor. Are there other independence movement or non-state actors you think Biafra should have relationship with? We have contact with the Ambazonia. Somaliland is being pointed out as a successful example.
Well, I mean, certainly Somaliland is successful. And the reason Somaliland is successful is, like Biafra, it has a clear history and clear borders. And it also has a national unity that is born from the trauma of the initial genocide. And Ambazonia makes sense as well, simply because, look, Ambazonia should be independent. Cameroon had its opportunity, and it failed in its compact, much like Mogadishu, Somalia, failed to uphold its contract. And when you fail to uphold your contract, the contract is violated, and then you can go in the other direction. So when it comes to Ambazonia, I mean, absolutely, they have every right to be independent, and frankly, their national history is going to be tied to Biafra's and vice versa, and it makes sense if both countries support each other as they struggle for independence. I mean, it's the English expression, the whole is greater than the sum of the parts.
Thank you very much, Doctor. And I know your time is limited. I wish we can have you all day here because your words, is whoever don't learn from what you're saying and especially your experience on this very particular field, you're actually saying everything with facts. And that's exactly what is happening because in the world we live today, people are shy away from speaking the truth, saying the way it is. Thank you, Doctor. Biafrans and people around the world are closely monitoring the war in Iran. You have written extensively about the Iranian democratic opposition, including Reza Pahlavi. What lesson do you think the Biafrans can learn from the successes and missteps of the Iranian opposition, both of which you have wrote about?
Okay. I've criticized Reza Pahlavi, a man who I've known for almost 30 years, because, number one, the disorganization of his office. If you cannot organize your own office, how do you expect to organize a country? That's point number one. Point number two is I believe that Reza Pahlavi, or at least many of his aides, became a little bit too comfortable in exile. I mean, I've compared them to the White Russians from the time of the Bolshevik Revolution, where many of the exiles would talk about revolution, talk about returning, but really they wanted to attend the cocktail parties and the social scene in European capitals. I don't see the same mistake occurring with the Biafrans. I see the Biafrans as much more willing to sacrifice for their own country. And we see that because so many Biafrans are fighting. I mean, not just with words, not just with television cameras, but also literally fighting for their own survival right now. And so ultimately, I see a cohesiveness within the Biafran diaspora. The only warning I would have, again, is the only message which the American audience should hear, which the European audience should hear, is about the justness of the Biafran cause. If there are disputes politically within the Biafran diaspora, those should be handled internally. And ultimately, those will be decided when there is a referendum or elections in an independent Biafra. But it's not the job of any Biafran official to complain about any other Biafran official. And one of the reasons that I believe that the Biafran movement has been successful so far, again, is because the Biafrans have been keeping their focus, at least to the American audience, on the broader principles. Too many people among Reza Pahlavi in Iran have started attacking other opposition figures without understanding that the only adversary which they should be targeting is the Islamic Republic of Iran and its murderous regime. And so in this, I commend the wisdom of the Biafran diaspora for recognizing that the principle has to come above the politics.
Thank you very much, Doctor. I know we have thrown a lot of questions on you. In conclusion, do you have a final message to Biafran people? And Biafran people love you so much. You have been in their midst several times, and they appreciate you being on VOB on Politics Insight today. What is the final message you have for Biafran people? Thank you.
Look, my final message is this. Every dictator wakes up, every Democrat wakes up knowing when his term in office is going to end. Every dictator wakes up knowing that today will be his last. Over the years, I've had the ability to interview people. Lech Walesa in Poland, for example. People in Iraq after the fall of Saddam Hussein, and others. And what they say is, we fought and we fought and we fought. And sometimes it seemed hopeless. But then when the change happened, it happened much faster than anyone expected it would. And I suspect the same thing is going to happen with regard to Nigeria and the collapse of Nigeria. It may seem far off, and diplomats, American diplomats, European diplomats, may seem to almost with tunnel vision just support the status quo. But as Nigeria collapses, it will be amazing how quickly things change. And so it behooves the Biafran community not only to advocate for their cause, but to plan for the day after. So when the Republic of Biafra is internationally recognized, it can start its operation right away. Its ministries, its economic philosophy, its legal code will all be prepared so that Biafra and the Republic of Biafra will be successful. And in that, I have no doubt that you will. The human capital, the intelligence, the lived experience of the Biafrans put them in a category much closer to Somaliland than to a country like South Sudan, which failed almost as soon as it began. And so I commend everything the Biafran community is doing in order to preserve its national rights and in order to protect the livelihood of the Christians who are now undergoing an ongoing tragedy.
Thank you very much, Michael, Senior Fellow at the American Enterprise Institute. We really appreciate you, and we are honored to have you in VOB. I know this what we went through before the interview. We have some difficulty at the time, and we appreciate your patience. We love you very much. Keep doing the good work to save the minority. Also, Christians have been persecuted, even non-Christian. God will reward you. Humanity love you. On behalf of the Biafran people, I'm saying a very big thank you. And the global community that know what you are doing, they love you very much because we know you are doing this from the bottom of your heart. And we have heard all you said, and we believe that those viewers that are listening and the U.S. government, they know the right thing to do because Iran of Africa is Nigeria. And if Nigeria is not disintegrated after taking down the terrorists over the Sahel without, on the Middle East, without dealing with Nigeria terrorists, because Nigeria have been a safe haven for the terrorists. Even they have Hezbollah in Nigeria, over 22 terrorist groups. So after Iran, we believe Nigeria should be next, and Biafran people should be free, and every minority in that region deserves to also get their freedom. Thank you very much. We appreciate you. And I also want to let Biafrans know that Michael Rubin here, acknowledge the success of Biafra Republic government in Washington, of which we have been spreading the gospel, educating U.S. officials, because some Biafrans are not aware of this. And thank God that you yourself, you acknowledge it, that the work of our lobby, taking us to Washington, D.C. is paying off. Thank you very much, Marco. Honorable Minister of Information, please, before we let Michael Rubin go, we have, we run out of time already. So just go ahead. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Michael Rubin, and we appreciate you so much. The Biafran people love you from the bottom of our heart. But there is something that is bothering us, the Biafran people. How is it possible that you predict the future?
Well, we
On
don't predict the
politics.
future. You need to work for the future. And that's what gives me such hope when I see the Biafrans work to that common goal.
Wow, thank you very much. In 2025, you said after Mali, Nigeria fall is the next. And today what you said has come to pass. That is why I asked the first question. How do you do it? The same way you had written and predicted about Iraq, Iran, and many other countries and many other nations, most especially every conquest agenda team that has to come to Islamize the entire nation. You're always on it. Michael, what is the secret of how you go about getting these facts aligned that they come to pass the right way?
There is no secret. Look, I'm not a diplomat. I put diplomacy aside. Foreign policy needs to be based on reality and not wishful thinking. And when it comes to, and certainly not greed and commercial contracts. So when it comes to Alexander Stubb, it's clear that he's motivated by commercial contracts. When it comes to Anthony Blinken, there was too much wishful thinking. All one needs to do is look at what's happening on the ground in a country like Mali or in a country like Nigeria, and then that's the only thing which you should base your analysis on, even if it makes people, even if it's uncomfortable, even if it makes officials in Abuja uncomfortable. You only need to work in the realm of reality, and that's what I try to do.
Thank you, Michael. I did ask one very important question to our previous guest, and I'll also throw it to you. Is it advisable to reintegrate Boko Haram terrorists or Islamic jihadist terrorists into the military formation, because this is what Nigerian government are doing?
No, it's not wise. It would be self-defeating, and ultimately it would be laundering terrorists. Those who are in Boko Haram should be held accountable for any violence which they perpetrated, and those who were kidnapped into Boko Haram or who may not have been directly involved in violence should be rehabilitated, but not under arms in the military. And countries like Rwanda and countries like Morocco both have experience in how to accomplish this. The one thing one should not do is put them in the military when they have been indoctrinated into the ideology and into the extremism of Boko Haram.
Thank you, Michael. I leave it there because of time, and we are so happy to have had you on the show.
Thank you.
Prime Minister, over to you, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mike. Really appreciate, and hopefully in near future, we have you on VOB again, where we might you might have more time, because your word and your insight, your knowledge is encouraging, it's uplifting.
Voice of Biafra TV, the voice of truth, the voice of the people.
There is only one broadcasting network.
Voice of Biafra TV,
The first, the best, and the last.
Voice of Biafra TV.
We lead, we shine, we last. The first, the best, and the last.
From the east to the world, hear the truth unfold. No other station does it better. Truth be told, real stories, real power, real Biafran soul. Every day, every hour, we taking control.
Breaking every silence, letting voices rise, standing for the people, opening their eyes, strong and unshaken, bold for all to see, broadcasting the future.
Voice of Biafra TV.
There is only one broadcasting network. Voice of Biafra TV. The first, the best, and the last.
justice go reign forever.
Biafra go dey strong and better.
Where your home?
Biafra,
Who be your home?
Biafra,
Waiting be your country.
Biafra.
No more suffering and smiling. No more fear, no more hiding. Respect and dignity for all. Every citizen standing tall. Free education, rich university, healthcare for every community.
No more dying,
because no money.
life go better for everybody.
Biafra now our only hope.
Biafra now our only hope.
Stand up now, make we claim our
Biafra now our destination.
women go deliver safe for hospital. Citizen go get support every month. Better roads go connect every city. Modern railways and airport.
Clean water go flow for house.
Electric light go shine every night. Security go protect every family.
Day and night.
Everything go right. You fit waka free for midnight. Go your road without fear. Kidnapping and violence disappear. Peace and progress everywhere. Mama and papa go get retirement benefits. Nobody go kill you for Biafra and go free. Now wahala, the person don't buy for him head. Oil and gas beneath our ground. Now the people wey get the land go control them. Resources go serve the people. Prosperity go spread for all. Anything we dey for our land. Now our citizens go manage them. Development go reach every corner. Nobody go suffer again.
No vote buying,
No rigging game. Election fair and play. One woman, one vote.
one man, one vote.
Your voice go matter every day.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope for tomorrow.
No more pain, no more sorrow.
Biafra now our only hope. Biafra now our only hope.
Hope for today.
Hope
for tomorrow. No more pain, no more sorrow. Biafra. Our country,
our future.
our future. Biafra now our only hope. No.
Greeting, fellow Biafrans and our allies and viewers all over the world. Good afternoon from here. With me, I have our lobbyist, Elias, Washington, and Madison. So he's going to give us a brief update of our activity lately in Washington, D.C., and we might have some few minutes for interruption. Then after that, we call it a day. And I also want to remind Biafra that this is Voice of Biafra, because for so long our voice have been silenced, and it's time we tell our story and the reason why we are fighting to leave the country called 9Geria, because it's a terrorist country. And tomorrow also we'll be having our guest, Ambassador Tribunage. Please don't miss it tomorrow. We call Elias Mazi Elias. Mazi Elias, welcome to VOB. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Prime Minister, Your Excellency. It's an honor to be here on Voice of Biafra. This is quite an honor, and I'm glad to be here as you inaugurate this new program, which will spread the Biafran message across Biafra and West Africa. we're just here today to, as was said in the flyer, to provide an update here from Washington, D.C., to have an organic discussion and touch base with our wonderful viewers and listeners. Prime Minister, as you know, and you've been coming to Washington, D.C. with me on a very frequent basis. We're making very significant breakthroughs in the relationship between Biafra and the United States, and we're now at the beginning stages of what is an unofficial relationship between Brgie and the U.S. government, which is growing significantly and which will eventually become an official relationship when Biafra is a recognized independent nation state. The things that we're discussing with the U.S. government are unbelievable. I think, as you know, some of the things that are being considered would not have even been thought of even just 1 year ago. To quote one of the influential officials here in Washington, D.C., the U.S. government views Biafra as very important and will be of increasing importance. And the U.S. government is going to consider things that is not previously considered because of both the promise that Brgie has provided as well as the failures of the Nigerian government. One thing I want to relay to our viewers is that they should feel very hopeful that Biafra is going from a dream into reality, but they also need to understand, given the nature of what Biafra is, given the nature of the sensitivities involved, a lot of our cooperation or progress with the U.S. government will be done so in a discreet manner, because Biafra is in the process of seeking its independence from Nigeria. It is what you would call a non-state actor. The U.S. government tends to be a little bit more discreet in terms of disclosure of its activities with non-state actors versus its official relations with foreign governments. So the reason why I wanted to mention this is, for example, some of our very enthusiastic Brgie fans and Biafran fans. Sometimes I see some of our supporters on social media and Twitter saying, when's the U.S. going to hurry up? When's the U.S. going to support the Biafran Liberation Army or do certain things? And what I would say to Biafrans is, how would you know, if the U.S. is not already doing those things? The thing is, when the U.S. works with non-state actors, they typically do not disclose the nature of the relationship, and that's not something we would disclose unless the U.S. government authorizes that. So for example, when the U.S. government worked with various Syrian rebel groups, for example, to effectuate democratic transition in Syria, that program was a secret program for a number of years before it was made public information. So Biafrans should be assured that things are happening, but they also need to understand that there will be aspects of the progress and of the relationship that we have with the U.S. government that will be what we call covert in nature and not overt in nature. So I think many people will be astonished by the progress we're making, by the things that are being considered. And over time, I think certain things may be made public when the time is appropriate. But we are trying to bring Biafrans along by publicizing the aspects of what we do that we can. For example, photos of meetings, with U.S. officials. And we saw the Prime Minister had that very nice photo of him posted by a very senior Trump administration official, Leo Terrell. And he had a very there was a nice photo of the two of them that the Honorable Mr. Terrell posted. So we will be publishing our meetings, but the discussions that we have, the sensitive programs that are being considered are not things we'll be discussing publicly, not at least until our counterparts in the U.S. government think it's appropriate to publicize certain activities. So I just want to tell Biafrans that if they know what me and the Prime Minister know, I think they'll be very excited, and we will continue to carry everyone along to the extent we can by publicizing certain meetings and certain activities. And I think that's what's distinguished the Biafra Public Government Exile, is that when we have meetings that we can publish, we publish those meetings. And so the Biafrans have a sense of the activities that we're doing. And there's a fine line between discretion and transparency, because, we want to show that the Biafra government wants to show that it's doing the work. At the same time, the Biafra government wants to protect confidentiality. And so it has to thread that needle in the middle of both demonstrating accomplishments while at the same time protecting sensitive discussions. And I think the Biafra government is doing a good job of balancing that. So I want to say that this is a great honor to be here. I think the progress we're making, to be honest, is even much faster than I had anticipated. And my message to Biafrans too is you have to stay focused, you have to be serious, and focus on the goal and not get sidetracked with drama or nonsense. So thank you very much, and I'll turn it over to you, distinguished Prime Minister. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. It's like every other day, we do have the opportunity to meet, because just like for the past few weeks, it's a lot of meeting,
Yes.
And we actually have to travel outside the metropolitan area, which is Washington D.C. area. We travel far away from Washington D.C. So all for Biafra. We just want to encourage Biafrans to be hopeful that our freedom, is here. And you touch light on something I really want to ask you, that if somebody have even whisper on your ear 2 years ago that what we have achieved and where we've been today, that we're going to achieve this milestone, what will you say?
Oh, people have admitted to me privately they're shocked about what we're doing. 2 years ago, what we're doing, the accomplishments we have, what the U.S. government's considering. People, if you asked someone 2 years ago, they would have told you, oh, you're completely crazy. So it's amazing what we've achieved. The environment is completely different than 2 years ago, even from a year ago. So things are very quickly shifting in our favor. And as you know, Prime Minister, certain individuals who didn't even consider Biafra now seriously considering Biafra, people who thought that, oh, this is completely unrealistic, all of a sudden they want to come on board. So it's been a very big shift, even within the past 6 months, I would say. Even it's like on a monthly basis, it's now shifting in our favor.
Yeah, just like Ambassador, that will be at the VOB tomorrow. 2 years ago, if you have asked him to come to Voice of Biafra, the name Biafra, they were like, what? Because Washington, D.C., have not really know much about what is happening in Nigeria and how bad Nigeria situation is. So the Biafra Republic government in Ezra, we actually do a lot of work, lecturing, talking. Like our last meeting, if you recall, we spent almost 2 hours, right? Elias, correct?
Yes.
Yes. So talking, and now Washington ear is wide open. They want to listen, And the good thing about it is that most member of Congress, they are willing to be part of this. They want to be involved because it's disturbing seeing what is happening from Nigeria, how they are killing, hanging people, beheading people, burning people alive. It's disturbing. Even our last meeting, I recall asking this member, they want me to show him some horrible. So I'm glad that Washington D.C. Now start talking about Biafra. And the last hearing of which Senator Ted Cruz just a few days ago he was there, and Dr. Walid was there. Even Mike Hanoi, you see them, like somewhere like Mike Hanoi, just few months ago, even few weeks ago, when you talk about Biafra separated from Nigeria, he will tell you no, no, no. So we can hear him say that, it's time to divide Nigeria. It's an option now. It's no two ways about it. And we also hear from former President Trump advisor, Dr. Wale, also talk about Biafra. So Biafra must be free, and we are glad that people in Washington, congressmen and women, are now reasoning with the Biafran people because this truth is out there. It's no longer hidden. You can just tell that even after the president of the free world warned Nigerian government to make sure that they secure, they secure the life of innocent citizens, whether Biafra or Nigeria. What is still end up massacre after massacre, killing after killing. So Washington don't want to turn a blind eye anymore. And we believe that after Iran, we we believe after Iran, Nigeria will be next because Nigeria is actually part two of Iran. They work together. Iran also sponsor a terrorist in Nigeria. Even in northern part of Nigeria, you agree with me. Based on our information, Hezbollah is supposed to be in Lebanon, correct? But Hezbollah is in the north of Nigeria. They even have their cell, or you call it prison there. So, and Biafra people are so glad that they have you on board, and we have done a lot. And like my speech a few days ago, I said I have heard a lot have echoed in this ear about why Washington have not been talking about Biafra before now, and we're glad that we are correcting all the mistake with good leadership and steady leadership, and very soon Biafra will be free. So glad that we have you in our VOB, and as you knew, hardly, I don't know, when is the last time you heard CNN or BBC talk about the genocide happening in Nigeria or in Biafra land? Please, when is the last time you recall? Honorable Elias? Honorable Elias, can you hear me? I think we lost we lost him. Nigeria, all the gutter media in Nigeria have not been talking about Christians nor the Nigerian Christians. It's so sad. BBC as well, they are not reporting it, but we are glad that with this platform we have, we'll make sure that
Hello?
yes, I think we lost We lost connection. Am I coming out now?
Yes, I apologize. I must have been an internet connection issue. I got frozen and I had to log out and re-enter. So I apologize for missing your remarks there.
Okay, yeah, I was actually asking question, right? When is the last time you hear this gutter media from Nigeria, whether it is Arise, uh, Channel News, CNN, because CNN is actually worldwide. So, and BBC. When is the last time you hear from this news media channel talking about the genocide against the Christians in Nigeria or the Christians in Biafra? When is the last time you recall?
Well, I think the seminal moment was when, with the involvement of our extensive lobbying education campaign, along with some of the other pro-Christian groups here in the United States, when President Trump declared Christian genocide in Nigeria, and it became a worldwide issue, and our role in the education campaign of the U.S. government was highlighted in international media. As far as I recall, there's not been that much attention on Nigerian Christian genocide or the Biafra issue previously, at least to this extent. There was some talk about Christian persecution in Nigeria previously, but very little coverage of the Biafra issue, and even not that much coverage of Nigerian Christian genocide issue. I mean, some very committed members of Congress were talking about it, but it wasn't a worldwide international topic that it is today, where now I think every member of Congress wants to talk about Nigerian Christian genocide and persecution. People are now talking about the Biafra issue. So there's never been this type of awareness previously. There's never been this type of discussion previously, at least not that I'm aware of, but certainly not in recent
Yeah, actually, my question is about the media. Like, Arise is in Nigeria, Channel News in Nigeria, Nigeria, BBC there in Nigeria. What my question is that, when do you recall, when is the last time you heard this news media channel like Arise, CNN, BBC, and Channel News talking about the genocide against the Christian Biafra or the Christian Nigeria?
Well, these outlets have always tried to avoid the topic, but given the fact that the President of the United States, the senior leadership of the U.S. government, is talking about the issue, taking action about the issue, and you have so many prominent people talking about the issue, these outlets are no longer in a position to ignore the issue or pretend the issue doesn't exist, which they were able to previously. But, if the President of the United States, the leader of the free world, is talking about an issue, you can't simply ignore, pretend the issue doesn't exist. So because of the president's action, because of the international media attention, even your Nigerian news outlets like Arise News and the other media, they're now forced to talk about the issue. Granted, they put their own spin on the issue, but they're forced to discuss it now. Even with Brgie, for example, Arise News and the other Nigerian media channels did entire segments on the lobbying war, for example, between us and the government of Nigeria. So because the issues gained so much prominence, even what we call the Nigerian gutter media is even forced to discuss these issues now because there's no being able to avoid these issues. So it's just, I think it's a different scenario now, and even the Nigerian media is forced to pay attention. And for the first time, they're discussing Brgie and the lobbying war between us and the government of Nigeria. So I think when we have, that's why what we're doing is so important, because if you don't have U.S. government attention, it's just very easy for Nigerian media and the Nigerian government to pretend the issue doesn't exist or to ignore the issue.
Elias, do you know for years now that these media outlets I just mentioned are suppressing the news from, they are, I'll call them terrorist news media because they work with the government of
Yeah.
Nigeria. Yes, they are not covering it. They are not, they are actually suppressing it. It's so shameful. You remember what happened during this wonderful, great President Trump inauguration with Arise, right?
Yeah, I remember that. I wanted to bring up that example. So they've suppressed the issue for so many years. When we bumped into, it was a complete accident. When we bumped into the Arise News reporter inauguration, he got completely freaked out. And he tried to pretend that we didn't exist, and he was just losing his mind. Those days are over now because they've suppressed the issue for so many years, and their policy was pretend the issue doesn't exist, or they would briefly mention the issue from time to time, very brief, in a brief way. But this is a completely different situation now. They can't suppress the issue like they used to. And the Nigerian media is in an extremely difficult position now, and that's why they're forced to talk about us now, because of the international support that we have, and I think that's making the Nigerian media very nervous. But you see, because what we're doing has so much is so heavyweight, Nigerian media is not able to pretend like they were in the past. So it shows you the progress we've made. They're forced to confront an uncomfortable situation now. They're very uncomfortable now that they have to talk about it.
You're right about it. I'm so glad that we have a wonderful team in Biafra Republic government in Ezra, especially steady people.
Exactly.
People with a wise, reasonable mind, people that are focused, not people that are so self-centered. I'm glad I have a team like that working with me, and also you yourself. You are so
Yes.
wonderful. Yes, because every time on the phone, all we talk about is about our engagement, about Biafra, about what we have, need to do. Sometime midnight. So
Yeah.
having something like you, we really, really appreciate, and Biafran people, glad that we have somebody like you. And what actually give me joy, how I wish, just like you mentioned earlier, how I wish we can, let Biafran people know everything that that we know. But there's some that are top secret. It's not everything we'll talk on air. But Biafra is here. And for enemy of Biafrans, what do you think? What message you think we need to send to them? Because we have a lot of saboteurs, a lot of Biafran enemy, even our voice of Biafra. Some are not happy that we now have a voice of Biafra satellite and the radio. So we still have a lot of work to do to perfect it. But a lot of Biafran's enemy are freaking out because for so long our voice have been suppressed. It will never happen again. And during the genocidal war against the Biafran people, which lasted 3 years from 1967 to 1970, exactly what happened. The media never report how Biafrans have been massacred. They even lied to the international community. That is just, farmers header clash and all that nonsense. Thank God that we have Biafran Republic government in Ezra that is taking the message to Washington through, your help, Washington and Madison. Thank you very much, Elias. So what message we have for those that are thinking that Biafra will not come, and for the saboteurs, what do they need to do?
Well, they should be prepared for a lot of pain because we're going to be exploding this next year. So I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs should be ready for a lot of pain, and they'll start to see us. I think assert certain things in the very near future. So we're slowly going to open up the door more and more. And I think both the Nigerian government and the internal saboteurs, they're going to be in for many shocks. So I think they need to, as you said, put on their seatbelts. Otherwise, they're going to fall off the car.
Yes, and for Biafrans that are still, not supporting, what message do you need to, what do you think they need to do so that we can move as fast as we can? So what is your message to Biafrans that are not supporting what we are doing? Or
Yeah.
Biafrans that don't believe what we are doing so far?
Yeah, so what I would suggest is, look, things always take time in any movement, in any revolution. It's understandable. What I would say to Biafrans now is, I think until this point, there's been a lot of chaos and instability in the Biafra movement. I think for the first time with the Biafra Republic Army in exile under your leadership, Mr. Prime Minister, we have a right group of people who are solid, who are stable-minded. There's been considerable restructuring of the government, weeding out of bad elements in the Biafra government leadership. And now we have a solid group of professionals in the Biafra government. It's very solid, very stable, the right group of people, professional people, committed people, and we're undertaking things in a very serious way, in a stable way. So what I would suggest is to Biafrans who may have been a little bit disoriented, given the chaotic nature for in which previous Biafran organizations were run or things were done in the movement, I would say, no one's forcing you to do anything, but watch carefully what we're doing and use your common sense. When you see that the Biafra Public Government in Exile is the only organization that's getting results, that has a pathway, that's a serious pathway to achieving Biafran independence, I think you should then become involved and become supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans, given some of the amateurishness and mismanagement of previous Biafran leaders, are maybe somewhat reluctant to get involved. They're watching what's happening. But I think now that the Biafra Public Government in Exile under your leadership, Prime Minister, has shown incredible stability, incredible effectiveness, no drama, no chaos, which has always plagued previous Biafran leaders and organizations. I think it should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable enough now to jump on board the winning train. So I think this is a turning point. For the first time, we have a Biafra organization with the right people, that's very stable and that doesn't have any crazy drama or nonsense. And I think that's very important. I think for whatever the reasons, there was a lot of chaos and drama previously, but that's no longer the case. So I think because we're in the situation we are in now, that should encourage Biafrans to feel comfortable to now get involved with supporting the Biafra Republic Government in Exile. And there are many ways to get involved. Not everyone has to get involved in a public manner. You can people can support behind the scenes. So I think now Biafrans who should take a new look carefully at what Brgie is doing, and I think Biafrans who have common sense and who are thoughtful can look at what Brgie is doing and make a judgment for themselves. And I think based off of that judgment, they should be inclined to be supportive and to get involved, because I think Brgie is doing all the right things. And I think everything is now laid out in a way that Biafrans can now join in and be supportive. It's understandable that some Biafrans were a little bit confused or reluctant in the past, but now that things are clearing up and everything is laid out with the Brgie structure that we have, I think Biafrans should set aside past conceptions or notions, look at Brgie with a fresh pair of eyes, come to conclusions on Brigie's effectiveness, which they'll see that it's been very effective, and then come on board and be supportive. This is the time. This is the right time for the Biafrans to join, to come on board the winning train and support Brgie.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. Thank you, and thank you for all you do. And based on your understanding as somebody who worked closely with United States of American government, of which you also represent in a lot of countries from Africa, is there any other government, Biafran government, that is working hardly, very hard, or working with United States of America government, apart from Brigade, that a government that that probably still that one can look up, even a U.S. government FARA document showing that this group or this government, they are fighting to liberate Biafran people. Is there any other government, based on your own knowledge or understanding, apart from Biafran Republic government in Gaza?
Yeah, Brgie, the Biafra Republic government in exile, is the only government in exile, not just only government in exile, but is the only Biafran political entity, you could even say, that has high-level relations with the U.S. government. While there are various Biafran groups that exist, the Biafra Republic government in exile is the only one that has a close working relationship with the U.S. government at high levels and is trusted by the U.S. government. Therefore, I think it's critical that any other Biafra group or Igbo organization be in touch with the Biafra Republic government in exile if they're interested in engaging with the U.S. government. They should do so through the Biafra Republic government in exile. So Brgie is the key organization with relations with the U.S. government, and as such, Brgie will play a critical role in the future of Biafra, and Brgie cannot be in any way circumvented from decision-making on Biafra, because any attempt to go around Brgie in some way means you're trying to also cut out the U.S. government. So Brgie is the only organization that has that's viewed in a serious way by the U.S. government.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias. And Biafran people, you have heard it from, we call him Mazi Elias. So we Biafrans have given Honorable Elias a title as well, Mazi Elias. And he worked closely with U.S. government. So he knows more than a lot of us, and is somebody who represents not just Biafran people. He also represents other countries from Africa. So this is his field, this is his profession. So he have given the Biafran people, a well meaningful advice. If you're a Biafran and you love freedom for your people, you love freedom for Biafra, come on board, support Biafra Republic government in exile. This government is government of the people, by the people, and the government officials, they are servants of the people. These are men and women that volunteer their time, their effort, their energy to serve the people of Biafra. Please, you are welcome on board. Any group that you are affiliated with, you are welcome to join Biafra Republic government in exile, the government that is working closely with United States of America. And I, as the Prime Minister of Biafra Republic government in exile, I am a living witness. I have had series of meetings with U.S. government officials. So I heard what echo in my ear, and I also heard what we need to do, and their advice, and what is expected of us. We need to unite, we need to focus, we need to organize, We also need to know that United States of America have our back. The question is that how ready are we? Are we ready for our freedom? And I also want to remind Biafrans what happened in Iran. Why Iranian citizens are protesting on the street, even not minding that the Iranian terrorist regime is killing the citizens of Iran. Iranians are so determined to go out the street, protest, make a loud noise, and it get to the ear of the president of the United States of America, the president of the free world, and he told the Iranian people they should keep protesting, that freedom, their freedom is in their hand, meaning that help is on the way. If the Iranian people have stopped protesting, sending a strong signal to the world about what is happening, if they have stopped to alert the world that they are ready to be free, do you think what is happening in Iran today will be happening? And do you know that very, very soon the people of Iran will be free? So my fellow citizens of Biafra, we need to make some noise. We need to show how serious we are. And we need to stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state have used on us. We are so glued with our past. Let's focus on the present. We understand that we have Biafrans that are, have been massacred, and like Mazin Namdekan is kidnapped from Finland, from Kenya, by these terrorists Nigeria. And we also understand that Mazi Simon Ekpa likewise is arrested, all because of fighting for the people of Biafra. So we're not going to dwell on past. Let's dwell on present. And the present is what we revive our past. We that are fighting are the ones that will free all the political prisoners, because that's what they are. They are political prisoners because they are locked up because of agitating or fighting for Biafra freedom. So let us all stop this emotional blackmail that the Nigerian terrorist state are using on us and support the current leadership, of which I'm the Prime Minister. So Biafra Republic government in Ezra will do everything humanly possible to release all political prisoners. It's a task. We represent the entire Biafra, so we don't represent some group of Biafra and avoid other group of Biafra. So all Biafrans are citizens of Biafra, so we'll do everything humanly possible to free all political prisoners. So your support, we hasten it. Your support, we speed it up. But when you keep dwelling on the past, we'll go nowhere. So let's dwell on the present and focus on the government that is making it happen. The government that have taken the cause of Biafra to Washington, D.C., because for over 10, 20 years, Washington, D.C. have not been talking about Biafra like today. Please, your support will go a long way. Thank you very much. And Honorable Elias, let's get your closing remark to Biafran people. I know you already encouraged Biafran people. I'm still getting a message that they would like you to speak more, but because of time and other engagement, and we'll be wrapping up. So Honorable Elias will also be at VOB in near future, very soon. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you. It's an honor to be here. What I would say to Biafrans is the issue now is not even external support, because we're making huge progress with international support. In fact, I think the challenge is if the Biafrans themselves can move quickly enough and show that they're ready for their independence. So how fast everything moves in a way depends on you, the Biafran people. And I think you need to show seriousness. I think you need to show determination. You need to show commitment. And when you have, let's say, Biafrans that are, talking about 2027 elections and people in the Southeast voting for these Nigerian politicians and, all this sorts of stuff, that shows lack of seriousness, right? So there needs to be seriousness. There needs to be commitment. There needs to be an understanding that we're dealing with international diplomacy at this point and not noise making and not all this emotionality. So I think the Biafrans have to show greater seriousness and determination. And part of this will, yes, depend on external support, but part of it will also depend on the Biafrans themselves. If you show the necessary level of maturity that's needed for what we're trying to embark on. So thank you, and it's an honor to be with you today.
Thank you very much, Honorable Elias, and I'm still going to be seeing you in a few days. We have other engagement in Washington because it's all we do. So it's all about Biafra, freedom of Biafra, freedom of Christians, whether in Nigeria, Middle Belt, Biafra, is our job, and we have to free them. So the voiceless, we have to make sure that we send the message to the international community to come to to our aid, and why we Biafrans also need to focus. It's time that we change the dimension. It's time that we all align with Biafra Republic government in exile. The leadership of which I'm the Prime Minister, so Washington, D.C., U.S. lawmakers in Washington, D.C., they are pleased to have somebody like me, and they are pleased to know that I'm steady, and I'm somebody with common sense. I'm not somebody that they cannot count on or rely on. That's what matters. So last week we traveled out of town for a very important gathering, of which we also have some very meaningful meeting. Just a few days ago in Washington, I came across some of the members that we met at the occasion. They remember who I am, and they always say good luck, in what we are doing. So they wish us well because they know we are fighting a just cause. Please, if you're a Biafra, support the current leadership. Ask yourself question: if this leadership of Brgie is delivering, the answer is yes. Of which Honorable Elias pointed out earlier. He also talked about how the Nigerian newspaper have talked about our impact in Washington, D.C. Actually, there's a time they are attacking us, right? They said,
yes, but now
Nigeria as country of particular concern we are the one behind it. Yes, we play a very vital role since 2014.
But
go ahead.
Yeah, Prime Minister, even the Nigerian government media, if you notice, if you watch Arise TV, unlike previously when they let's say mocked IPOB or mocked different Biafran leaders, now even the Nigerian government media is very careful in the way they talk about you and Brgie. Because they're now reporting on these international news stories about you and Brgie, and they're much more careful now with what they say, and they're a little bit more respectful. So the Nigerian gutter media is very they feel a little bit nervous. I think they feel very nervous.
Yeah, because our message is sinking in, and I also want to appreciate Biafrans that are active in social media. Just like Mike Arnold that we talked about earlier. We remember months ago, if you talk about Biafra or about separation, before, it's all about how things will work Nigeria, one Nigeria, but, based on what he himself observed and what he has seen, he came to a conclusion that Nigeria will not work, that Nigeria will not just work. And that also draw my attention to this group that are calling Save Nigeria group. I laugh, you know why I laugh, Elias? I remember Gowan, right? Gowan is from Middle
Hmm.
Belt. Yeah, Gowan fought and he killed Biafrans in millions. He tried to save Nigeria. Gowan try hard, very, very hard to save Nigeria. The same Nigeria that he tried to save is the same Nigeria that is killing his people. Even our former leader, Ojuku, told Gowan that Gowan will be alive and watch Nigeria kill his people. And it's happening. Elias,
Yes.
can you
Yeah,
it's
his
happening.
community is being killed. Is the one being
The
killed?
one,
Yeah.
yes, the one that tried to save Nigeria, just like this young man called so whatever his name is. I'm like, what's wrong with him? You can't save Nigeria. Or you can't. A former president named Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. Obasanjo said Nigeria insecurity can never stop. That means what is happening, it just can't stop. And I thank God that Washington D.C. is beginning to realize, like one of the speaker at the hearing just few days ago, he compared Nigeria to like Yugoslavia, right?
Yes.
Yes. So Nigerian people, they need to go and get their own separate country. So like if the Fulani people, if they believe Nigeria is their country, they can go coexist with the North, like the Hausa, we call them Hausa Fulani. So we encourage the middle belt. Nigeria can never can't be saved. Don't deceive yourself. And the funny thing is that the more they try to save Nigeria, the more Nigeria killed. It happened in Lekki Toll Gate. While Nigerians are waving Nigerian flag, protesting against police brutality, Tinubu, the same terrorist president, do you know that Tinubu ordered the military to open fire and kill a lot of these people protesting for freedom? Not to even these people at Lekki Tollgate, not that they are protesting to exit Nigeria. They are just protesting for better Nigeria then. They are just protesting against the police, a police force called SARS, because these SARS are actually terrorists. The way they, the way actually the SARS turned to terrorists that are kidnapping people for ransom, because if they arrest you, they will tell you how much you need to pay before they release you. So they're committing a lot of crime. Tinubu ordered military to kill this innocent Nigeria protesting. Nigeria can't just be saved, so this Save Nigeria group need to stop wasting their time, because whenever they keep posting of their meeting from Washington D.C. to save Nigeria, that go on, their brother uncle tried to save, it never worked. And the same Nigeria that they try to save is killing them. So it's high time Biafran people wake up, since they know that Nigeria can never work. Please support Biafra Republic government in Ezra. Biafra is here. We need to be more organized. We need to be more serious than ever before. So how I wish I can break some news that will make your day, but just believe me when I say Biafra is here. So there's a lot of talk going on. A lot of countries that want to support Biafra. They are just waiting for the Elias, what are they waiting for? Go ahead. Green what?
Well,
They're waiting for green light. So Biafra is
yes,
here.
green light. Green light. Yes. Yes.
Biafra is here. So they are watching us. Thank you very much. Thank you from here. And thank you for being our first guest in VOB, Voice of Biafra. And we
It,
are happy that go ahead.
it's a great honor for me. It's a great honor.
Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank God bless you too. All right. Have a great day, Biafrans. Prime Minister.
Yeah,
Thank you.
thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. Biafran people, I hope we are ready for our freedom. Our freedom is in our hand. Our freedom will not be given to us in a platter of gold. If you hate me, don't hate my message. Don't hate what I represent. Don't hate what Mazi Ogechukwu Nkire is fighting for. I'm fighting for the freedom of Biafra. Of which freedom of Biafra is your freedom, is my freedom as well. Freedom is beautiful. It's so sweet than honey. Freedom is priceless. It's worth more than gold. We dream for a Biafra where the security will be touched, not the best of best. Where you can leave your door wide open, travel far and wide, come back without anyone going in your house to steal any of your belongings. A Biafra where midnight you can walk on the street of Biafra without Islamic jihadist terrorists kidnapping, chasing you. A Biafra where you have a steady electricity. A Biafra where you have good education system. A Biafra with hope. A Biafra where everyone from different countries of the world we want to live. A Biafra where people want to travel, like the way people travel to Dubai, America, Hong Kong, Singapore. A Biafra that will bring positive vibe to the global community. A Biafra that will be love. A Biafra of live and let live. A Biafra where neighbors will love themselves, cherish themselves. A Biafra with the same ideology, not like Nigeria, where you have this Islamic jihadist terrorists with different ideology. While you are preaching peace, while you are preaching unity, while you are preaching live and let live, the Islamic jihadist terrorists of Nigeria are preaching hate. While they are preaching jihadism, how you will be killed. With your support, with your help, we can all achieve this milestone. It's our dream. Our forefather dream, when are we going to be free? That is the reason why our leader, Ojukwu, resurrect the hope for Biafran people, for us to be free. Because we deserve to be free as free people. And we know that if we don't fight to be free, if Biafra land is overrun, the West should prepare that these terrorists will attack them, even from Biafra land. That is, if they succeed, capture Biafra. We encourage the West to support Biafran cause. We also encourage United States of America to hasten up so that we can all fight this one common enemy, this terrorist state of so-called Nigeria. Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you. And for those that will be supporting now and those that will support later, we appreciate you. We appreciate all of you sacrifice. Thank you from here, and God bless you.
Can you hear the cry from the broken land, from the wounded hearts? Nigeria, they bleed, people they cry, tears for the Nobody asks why. Over 7,000 souls don't fall. Every single day we still they call.
Churches burning, hope fading fast. Since 2009, the pain don't last. 50,000, maybe more. Heaven they count every single soul.
Children without home tonight, mothers praying through the night, fathers lost no strength to fight. Who go stand for what is right?
Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can have to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Voices crying in chains, silent echoes filled with pain. 19,000 churches gone, but faith still rising,
holding on.
In the ashes, hope remains. Love can heal the deepest pains.
Shelter broken, dreams erased. Hungry hearts we can embrace. Let compassion take its place. Now's the time to show His grace. Stand for love, stand for life. Be the answer in this time. You can help to wipe their tears. You can calm their fears. Give a hand, don't turn away. Be the light in darkest day. Every little you provide keeps a soul alive.
Food, water, shelter, hope. You can be the miracle they pray for. You can change a life today. No matter how small it seems, your love can rebuild their dreams. Together we can make a way. Keeps us all alive. Can you hear the cry?